on 3 with the code TNR when you call 866-WAYNES1. CBSSports.com, our man Scott Forrester.
CBSSports.com?
Yep, Scott's got the graphic. Will Anderson, overall number 1, he goes to the Texans. Jalen Carter, Georgia defensive lineman, round pick 2 to the Jets. Rockstar, you get a quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
Take him. Let's go.
Pick 3 to the Lions. Keely Ringo, Georgia, pick 4 to the Jags, and he says Will Levis, Kentucky quarterback, pick 5 to the New York Football
Would
Giants.
Somebody get Reed to step out of his office real quick.
I don't know who this Ryan Wilson cat is and what he's been watching.
Reed, will you show me your face to somewhere? I don't care if you're in your office. Just I want to know your reaction to Will Levis. He's probably watching in the lobby. He's going to get this in 12
can you imagine
seconds.
going from Daniel Jones to Will
Levis?
Oh, my God. What do you think of Will Levis?
Double thumbs down.
Not the 2 fingers I thought you were going to show me. Then you just went Scooby Right and got flagged.
By the way, they've got Bryce Young after Jackson Smith and Jigba goes to Chicago. Bryce Young to the Panthers.
By the way, if this Ryan Wilson is right, I just lost a stake.
No, you'll lose that stake somehow.
You don't think Will, CJ, or Bryce will go in the first
I think
5?
if Will and CJ stay healthy, I think they will. Well, also, it depends on quarterback or top 5 in the league quarterback.
No, wait, it would be you that would lose because Will Levis leaps up the draft board and goes 5th and takes Bryce Young's spot.
Saddle up, Lexington. If Will Levis is a top 5 pick, you're about to have a hell of a football season, aren't you?
Jeez, there is no way that guy goes to the top 5, is there? Will Levis?
0 chance.
All right, that is the show today. Chris has got to go to work. We're done with our work today. We're off. The whistle has blown. It's a sheepdog walking past the coyote. See you tomorrow, Bert. Until next time, God bless you. Let's do that. Let's sponsor a time card every day. We check in and out every day. Blow a whistle.
I'm going to start bringing a hard hat and a lunchbox.
Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
I'd love a lunchbox.
Boy, Lunsford's on his way out quickly.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then, we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Maybe the biggest shocker we've ever had in viewing on this show coming up a little bit later on in this segment. I don't know if we've ever all stumbled into watching the same thing in one night and didn't know we were going to watch it.
Well, we were close. Lance said he didn't.
Yeah, I didn't.
You didn't do it?
No, I did not.
Brown walked in and just hit me upside the head today, Rockstar, with...
I'm very aware of what happened last night, but I did not watch.
And he's like, you're not going to believe what I watched last night. And, I was dominating a poker table.
Dominating a poker table, Rockstar.
Did you win?
I finished second.
Okay.
Finished second.
Dominating.
Yeah.
Can't hold a late lead, can he,
Boy,
Lance?
Nick Saban would be really disappointed in you.
Yeah. First loser.
Would you try to bleed the clock?
But I'm sitting there. I did, really. So I'm sitting there this morning as Brownie rolls in, and he starts hitting me with hot hockey takes. And I'm like, what is happening here this morning? Ryan Brown watched hockey last night?
I did watch hockey last night. So here's what happened. I had a lot. What did I do after the show yesterday? I did something that tied up a lot of my day.
Golf?
I would like to think that was the case, but...
Driving range?
Oh, no, I had a lunch. Yesterday, and then I got home.
Those last forever.
Yeah, no, it did. It lasted an hour. Yeah. That's not forever.
Whew.
And I got home and took a nap out on the the porch, the bed swing on the back deck.
You all right, man?
He sounds like a Saudi prince.
Seriously, dude.
Either that or Ladybird. I mean, you get a little food and you get to lay in the sun.
Right, learned words yesterday.
So yeah, I took a nap back on the back porch, and then my daughter had soccer practice, so I got home and I didn't really have a ton of time to watch TV. So I flip on the TV. What are you laughing at, Liz? So I flip on the TV, and Dunaway is right. This is the power of ESPN. So when I flip on the TV, it was on FS1, and they were replaying the rain-delayed NASCAR race.
Right.
So my first instinct is always go to ESPN, see what's being offered. If it's interesting, I'll stay. They were just starting the third period of Hurricanes and Bruins. I had to think who was playing.
I mean, I'm watching Winning Time on HBO, and Jack McKinney's putting his words together better than you, and he had a massive head injury.
Hey, this is 2 straight days you've done this to me.
Oh, no.
Dunaway loves to try to finish people's sentences. Have you ever noticed that, Rockstar?
Just trying to fill the gap.
You hate silence. It's so weird. So anyway, so I watched the third period of Bruins and Hurricanes. It wasn't much of a period. It was 2-1 going into the third, and the Hurricanes score a couple goals. But there are 3 reasons. Number one, as Dunaway pointed out, the power of ESPN. Had it not been on ESPN, I'd have never seen it. If it's NHL Network, never see it. Number 2, the crowd. The crowd was into it, man. That crowd in Raleigh, they get into it. They love their hockey up there, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm watching the other channel. I was on ESPN2, the power of ESPN2. Because my Tampa Bay Lightning's playing. The one team I didn't want to play in the first round, we're paired up with the Maple Leafs. There are 3 times the number of people that are inside the arena, outside the arena in Toronto. Crazy scene.
Yeah.
And it is just madness as they're singing "Oh Canada" inside. And I'm like, we have walked into the den of lions.
Walked into the old bus song, huh?
This run is over with. And then, I'm hearing great studio, Chelios and Messier is the analyst in the studio, and they start talking about, what's really going to start resonating with this Tampa team if they get behind is that they've played more hockey in the last 3 years, winning the last 2 Stanley Cups, than anybody playing. Eventually, you just get tired. Hearing Messier say that, he knows the sport a lot. He won a lot of championships. And he was like,
they're going to realize that they're tired. They've played so much hockey lately.
Yep.
And if they get down, they won't be able to come back.
Well-
and they were down. They lost 5-0, which is the equivalent in football of what?
49-0.
49-0. My team got beat 49-0 last night.
But I was going to say,
I was Vandy last night.
The third thing that hooked me in was Sean McDonough on the call. I like Sean McDonough. So, I mean, I sat there and watched the third period of a hockey game. Yeah. Only hockey I've watched all year.
Typically, I like these long streaks. For Georgia fans, it was a little fun to watch them suffer for 41 years. For Cubs fans, for the 108 years or whatever it is. It's been 55 years for the Maple Leafs.
And you'd have to say
Toronto Maple Leafs.
You'd have to say that is among, if not the most passionate fan bases in pro hockey, right?
If you went back and you looked at the history up until 67, I mean, they were in Stanley Cup after Stanley Cup.
Yeah. And just a great logo, great jersey.
I know very little about hockey. Now, Lunsford is going to get upset because I'm sure the Predators are a passionate fan base, but that's new money. I'm not going to give them credit here. I know very little about hockey. I'm going to say your most passionate fan bases in hockey. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jimmy Hockey. Maple Leafs?
Oh, I thought you were going to give me a whole list. Maple Leafs seem to be very passionate.
It's going to be all your original six.
Canadians.
Yeah. The Canadians.
Keep it going.
Red Wings.
I would tell you the Canadians, for me, it'll be different now, but back when I first started watching hockey, they won so much and were sort of the Kennedys of hockey. They or the whatever the richest family. They were sort of too good for everybody else. So I don't think they ever got crazy like other fan bases.
It went from Islanders to the Oilers to the Canadians.
Yeah. Islanders back in that old dump that I think they still play in.
The Nassau Coliseum.
Yeah. That was a crazy fan base.
I think the Islanders just moved to the Barclays Center, but I could be incorrect.
Sadly.
So Red Wings, that's a passionate fan base, right?
Oh yeah.
Penguins.
Oh yeah.
I'm basically naming the original six, right? Bruins, Rangers.
Penguins
Blues.
were not original six.
Yeah, but Penguins is passionate fan base.
Yeah, but Bruins, Red
Rangers, Blues.
Canadians, Maple Leafs,
Blue Jackets,
and one other.
No. So of course, from the back row, Lunsford, the Preds were named the #1 fan base in all of sports by ESPN. But whatevs. I mean, it's new money, Lunsford. Anybody can inherit daddy's money and buy a nice house.
But as soon as my Lightning are eliminated, probably in 4 games by the Maple Leafs, I will be cheering because of what LT said. Either for the Predators because they're so close, and it would be fun to watch that city win something, or the Maple Leafs, just because the fans, it's been so long.
Yeah. So now I know nothing about hockey, but I got hooked into that.
Yeah. Well, I told you guys.
Couldn't name a single player I was
used
watching.
to watch the Kings all the time. I had the center ice package for about 5 or 6 years.
Yep.
And then when we started to go full-time on this thing, nobody really talks about hockey, so I kind of tapped out, and especially with Kings games not dropping the puck till 9:30.
Yeah.
Right. But if I ever am fortunate enough to retire, I'm getting back on that.
Yeah, that was
it
a
is
weird
fun to
thing
watch.
Lance said. Of all the things Lance said he's going to do when he retired, this morning. Did you catch this morning in the office?
It was like I was living in a dream in the office today. Brown's talking hockey, and then LT says this.
Lance says, when I retire, I'm going to get the center ice package back so I can watch Kings games.
Everybody's got to have goals.
I got to be honest, I don't have a hobby. I just don't have hobbies.
But
you
you
guys play
records.
golf. I mean, Dunaway likes to stay away from home.
But of all the things I thought Lance would do when he retired, move to Santorini, Greece.
That's on your little bucket list.
Yeah, he said, I'm going to get center ice back so I can watch the Kings.
You know the highlight of my day other than dominating at the poker table last night?
What was that, Jim?
I scored 4 tickets to Garth Brooks on the field at face value. How about that? That was big for me.
That would excite me so much.
Where'd you get them? No, I bought mine, but they're not on the field. Where'd you get them?
From a friend of mine who over-purchased, bought too many.
Are you going to
share them with Brown?
Yeah. Are you going to use them?
Yes, I'm going to use them.
Why did you buy them?
Honorary mention of the Mount Rushmore of country music singers.
Why did you not buy them the day they went on sale if you were that interested?
Because I remembered they were on sale as I was sitting here. And
I know. I was here refreshing the whole time.
Somebody has to drive the show.
Has to drive the show, bro. You
while
had
you're
no
doing
idea
your
I was
hobbies
doing
over
it.
there.
You had no idea I was buying
while
Garth
you're
Brooks
planning lunches or buying Garth Brooks tickets on the show. Everybody sees you when you're on your computer or on your phone or changing TV channels. LT and I have to keep the show moving over here while you're doing your little things over here. Planning your naps, planning your lunches.
Do you think the President of the United States, not Biden, but any President of the United States thinks, guys, if I lose control here, this country's going to crap? Dunaway feels that way about the show. Like he is the glue holding it together.
He's Sully.
That's why he gets nervous when he's gone, when he's out of town.
Somebody has to let you know that right now, at 9 minutes after the top of the hour,
Who we got? Who's
part
our
of the
sponsor?
show is being brought to you by
Bring
our
it.
friends at Creekside Barbecue.
Oh.
It's never too early to start thinking about lunch.
Oh, I'm telling you,
Except if you're me, I can't think about it.
you get by, try out that smash burger. It is fantastic. On top of that, they've got incredible barbecue. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain. It's centered around great barbecue, soulful music, good vibes, Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. Something for everyone at Creekside. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek. Several TVs to watch NHL hockey, NBA playoffs. They've also got that incredible food. Creekside can cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by, tell them the next round sent you, or check out the menu today, creekside-bbq.com.
Bobby says, yeah, that Cubs drought was about as much fun as a barrel full of Dunaways. His point being, if you're a fan of said Cubs who had that long drought or Maple Leafs, it's not fun. But if you're a fan of just the sport, to watch a team like the Cubs struggle, and then all of a sudden have a magical year.
It's awesome.
It's fun to watch you guys get excited about your team finally winning. It makes it a lot of fun. You guys were on fire yesterday on social media during the show and then afterwards. One I did not get to. G writes in, humble brag from yesterday.
I saw
You ready?
this morning.
We were talking about Spanish, learning Spanish and speaking a foreign language.
I was excited because one of the moms of a player spoke Spanish. Yeah.
Humble brag from yesterday that went unnoticed. Quote, the younger generations are so much better at foreign languages. The roommate was almost fluent in Spanish, end quote.
Okay. I got to bring this up, though.
Almost is the funniest part.
No, I do think that the younger generation is much more aware of learning a secondary language.
Right.
And you guys are the ones that have pointed out that she is a little bit younger than me.
Yeah.
I don't think I point that out. I think the birth certificate does that.
Okay.
Get him, Dunaway.
I don't think I've ever brought it up on the show. You guys are the one that have brought it up on the show.
No, I like to give you crap for it. But yeah, I don't
I like
deny
to give
that.
you credit for it.
Yeah.
I think it's a high five moment from back in the day. But
Mucho gusto. Yeah.
No, to me, the funniest part of it, though, was almost fluent. Like, almost fluent.
G nailed it. The younger generations are so much better at foreign language. The roommate was almost fluent in Spanish. Really, really good.
Almost.
She's intelligent and she's youthful, and she's mine. It's really good. That should go on our. We should get a wall. You know, at ESPN they have a wall. You walk in, it's like.
I thought we were still working on this wall.
We are,
yeah.
But on the hallway wall, we should come up with humble brags or sayings from the show.
That wouldn't be tacky at all.
Well, at ESPN, they've got catchphrases. They got a wall of catchphrases like "cooler than the other side of pillow."
All right,
Don't forget the women.
WNBA draft tonight.
We got
great
next.
sayings. So I don't
Did
know.
you see they're honoring Brittney Griner at those WNBA games? No,
Finally.
like she's dead though.
Yeah.
They're putting a patch. People are going to
She
tune in.
might
And think
be.
Brittany
Isn't she
died.
over there?
Well,
we
she's
haven't
in
gotten her back yet.
She's in a Russian prison, but I think it's still alive.
Yeah.
But we haven't gotten her back yet.
Well,
I mean,
we
she's
have
an
not.
American in a Russian prison.
Listen. I'm not trying to diminish what she's going through, but I am saying there are going to be people that tune in and think she has died because I think they're putting her name on the side of the court and wearing a patch. Now, are they in the playoffs right now?
Who's that?
The WNBA.
Oh, I got no idea.
No.
No,
they
ESPN
play-
would let us know.
They play in the summer.
Yeah, they got next.
Yeah.
Remember?
Oh, so it's the start of the season when they're going to do this. I
Yeah.
just saw the headline today.
Yeah.
Yet again, did not read the article. I own it that I'm bad about seeing headlines and not reading articles. You don't have to point it out, Jim.
I'm not pointing it out.
No, you are. I have owned this many times on this show. I am really, really bad about just reading a headline and not getting all the details from the article. So that was one of them. But I thought people are going to think she died. Because I even had to Google her name to see if she did die.
I did too. When I saw the headline of what was going on, I said, "Oh no, I've missed it." At last I heard she was stuck in a Russian prison.
Yeah.
I mean, and all she had was a weed pin on her.
Yeah,
I'd
she
be
did.
really pissed if I was Brittney Griner.
Oh,
She
really? You'd be
is.
pissed about that?
So I'm
Lance?
just
You're in
saying,
a Russian
when I
prison?
got back, I'd be like, I don't want to pay taxes anymore.
Yeah.
We
We're
gave
gonna
you
have
a
to work
damn
something
patch
out.
on the uniform.
I mean, get me
Why-
out of
why
there.
would you not pay taxes?
Get me out of there.
we should
We
get
oughta-
her out.
We
should
got
get
to
her
do
out.
something about it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but How many international?
If she killed somebody, I get it. It's very minimal what she did.
I don't disagree with you, but how many international prisoners do you think we have?
I don't know, but we just did a trade with Russia. We got some back.
Yeah.
We gave them a few. They gave us a few.
I mean, I would like to know, what would you imagine the international prisoner account for the United States
I would
is?
guarantee you this. If it was one of us that got knocked for the weed, we'd already be out.
Oh, you think they're holding her because she's a bigger name? I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
No, I don't disagree with you at all there. Yeah.
Right.
That's the whole reason we probably can't get her out.
Yeah.
Or they're probably asking a little too much.
It's a bargaining chip for them.
It is a bargaining chip.
You know how bad food is in prison to begin with? How bad is it in Russian prison?
I don't know. I mean, what's a good Russian delicacy?
I just assume you eat potato soup every day.
One of the things I saw in a documentary was they don't want the Russian prisoners to know where they are, to be oriented about how to get to places. So when they let you out for lunch and everything, you're in a formal line, but you have to be hunched over and looking at your feet. Everybody's hunched over at a 90-degree angle, and they lead you to the cafeteria.
That's in a Russian prison?
Yeah, like it's, but it looks like rough.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, I don't think
Well,
American...
at least she doesn't stand out. She's a 7-foot girl, right?
No, she didn't say that at all.
Yeah.
Is it co-ed prison over there? Do you know, or is she in a female prison?
I don't think there's
Well, I
such
don't
thing.
know.
Raid.
No, there is not such thing as a co-ed prison.
Well, I don't in Russia. I think all the rules are off.
Oh no.
All right. So as we roll forward here, a couple of things to get to in the show today, including Clay Travis, top of the hour, Brandon Marcello at 11 o'clock. We'll talk to Brandon. You can go to the morning rounds. Mark Schlabach, Barrett Sallee each have overreactions coming out of spring in college football for Schlabach at ESPN, in the SEC for Barrett Sallee at CBSSports.com. One of the things you guys brought up on the show yesterday was, and maybe it was one of our guests too, that Will Levis has this projection coming up next year that he is going to be, a top draft pick.
I think that was from one guy. Have you guys heard it from multiple sources?
No. CBS Sports is the only place I had it, but they had him drafted top 5 to the Giants.
Yeah, but Sallee played off of that, I guess. CBSSports.com
That's right.
guy
In the family.
said Will Levis will play his way into the first round. Well, here's Will Levis of Kentucky talking about how important it has been for him to have a full year under his belt at Kentucky, to be there, new OC, but he's got time now in spring to sort of work his way with this new offense to be ready to go at Kentucky. And this kid tells Jeff Drummond he's pretty confident about what they're doing with Big Blue.
Well, obviously last year you didn't get to have a spring practice. So then this year you have the late coordinator change, which has been more challenging.
I think last year was just more challenging just because of time. And I think time is money, and the amount of reps and the amount of time you're able to spend with an offense is just going to help you prepare yourself even more. And even though it is a new offensive coordinator, not all the stuff we're doing is new. And we have all the spring ball, and we've had all the spring ball to kind of get rolling with it. And I really like where we are. And just I'm going to be able to go into camp at a much better level of the offense I'm running, understanding-wise, compared to last year, which is great.
You know who this is this year? He is
Don't say Joe Burrow.
No, he is Kenny Pickett. This guy was nobody last year.
Okay,
on a good team,
Here's
but nobody.
The thing I would say, if we went back 365 days, put us in a time machine, we're not talking about Kenny Pickett.
No.
Here's what's amazing. CBS is the one that reported Will Levis to number 5, right? Here's
right.
what I'm looking at now. Pro Football Focus, Will Levis, number 8 to Seattle. SB Nation, Will Levis, number 27 to the Miami Dolphins.
That's right.
Bleacher Report, Will Levis, number 6 to Carolina.
Would you say Miami Dolphins drafting Will Levis? That got my attention, Jim.
The Lions, which
Rockstar.
Lines, I don't know what this is. Will Levis, number 11 to the Atlanta Falcons. I don't know what's going on here. I watched a lot of Will Levis last year. I thought he was better the first half of the season than the second half. The offense was supposed to be great because Liam Cohen was taking it over. Wan'Dale Robinson was a bigger difference maker than Will Levis. I don't see it at all. I see his size.
What y'all need to do, could you book the Lance's Kentucky friend?
Oh, Matt Jones?
Yeah, see if you talk about it.
Oh, I'm sure he's all over it now.
He did not like Joey Gatewood.
No, he thought Joey Gatewood was great.
Yeah, Joey Gatewood playing receiver now, by the way. But here, Dunaway, Mark Stoops' passing offense. Because I'm going to believe this when I see it, all right? I'm going to continue to doubt. I'm going to give you every year since he's been at Kentucky.
Okay.
In the conference, passing offense, Mark Stoops. Year 1, 10th. You're going to catch a trend here. Hey, he got up to 6th in year 2. And my gosh, they stayed 6th in year 3. 13th, 10th, 14th. How many teams in the conference are there, Jim?
14.
14th. Last year, 10th. So I'll believe Will Levis is a top 10 quarterback the day I see it. I mean, those numbers right there aren't accidents, right?
And Jeff says The Athletic has Will going 5th as well.
What is everybody seeing?
I guess you're trying to, if you do the projections for the next year, you're trying to pick the next Joe Burrow, the next Kenny Pickett before everyone else does.
A third of his touchdowns were against New Mexico State and La Monroe. And I'm trying to look at other tough games. I mean, against Georgia, the numbers were good. That was that backdoor cover. Remember that long
That's
drive?
right. You hate Mark Stoops for that one drive.
They chipped about 80 yards on that drive and a touchdown there. But he was 32 of 42 against that Georgia defense, 2 touchdowns, no picks.
Yeah,
I don't see it though.
See,
man.
I'm with Lunsford. He says he's convinced 90% of things in mock drafts are everybody else doing mock drafts saw this guy doing it. Like, wait a minute, I got to reevaluate.
No, I could see that.
Yeah.
Remember Carson Strong was a big guy on the mock drafts last year from Nevada. And watching Carson Strong, he looked a lot better than Will Levis to me. Guess where Carson Strong went? Undrafted.
Undrafted. Brett from New Mexico in a truck driving back to Alabama. Chatting over in the chat room, and I've been watching the chat. Now he wants to jump on and talk about me. Brett, welcome to the show, man. I got it, Brown. You don't have it up yet? Brett, welcome to the show, man. How are you?
Good. How y'all this morning?
Great, Brett. Thank you.
I just crossed into Alabama from our twin sister state next door.
Mississippi?
Could be Tennessee.
Nebraska.
Mississippi.
Oh, Mississippi.
Okay. We like being cousins to Georgia, I think, more than twins with Mississippi.
Well, I mean, you look at the maps, and you could almost flip them over.
You could.
I asked Rockstar something, and I hope you guys will agree to do it. But that's something for y'all to talk about later. Jim, I love you, brother. You know I love you.
But
the only people in that studio building, your suite of offices that is irreplaceable, are Rockstar, Lunsford, and Scott Forrester.
I think I would agree with that.
Oh, without a doubt.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that.
It's going to be an interesting show.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Now, I can talk to you about the shipping industry, too, but I won't.
Hey, there's more of us than there are of you, Jim.
That's true.
I know. I'm a big drive down the street to get my product. Luckily, my wife keeps all of you in business. She's moving stuff from Seattle to Miami all the time. So she needs you, Brett. She needs you. I could survive by just going out into the woods and picking blackberries like I had to do when I was a kid. Oh, yeah. What do you have for dinner, Rockstar? Blackberries off the bush.
Blackberry compost.
I'm going to take you guys to Alaska with me this weekend. I'm going to take a couple of my hats and some shirts and take some pictures and send them to you.
So you're here in Alabama driving back, and you're about to drive a rig all the way to Alaska, or do you fly to Alaska and drive back?
I don't think you can drive to Alaska.
You could drive to Alaska.
It's
a tough drive.
You can drive, but no. We're going to be on vacation next week, and me and Chrissy are going to go up to.
So you're taking a vacation. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be on vacation. We're going to go up and see her dad and her brother. That's where Chrissy grew up, about an hour and a half north of Anchorage, right at the base of Denali National Forest.
Wow, sounds beautiful.
So,
yeah.
Yep.
Send us some
try
photos.
to get up to Mount McKinley. I will. I'm going to try to get up to Mount McKinley. I'm gonna take one or two of my. I'll probably take 2 of my hats and a couple of my T-shirts, and I think my hoodie, because I think the weather's going to be like in the 40s overnight. So I'll probably have a hoodie on at night. But
you just gave me a great idea. You know what we need in the store, Lunsford? We need a next round travel bag you can put your gear in
with our golf gear.
A travel bag, and we can give one to Brett with all the gear there.
That'll work.
Yep.
I'll come down and pick it up Friday.
Safe travels, Brett. Thank you.
Yeah, keep it on the road.
Guys.
All right.
Keep the shiny side down. What was the old CB
I
saying?
think the greasy side down, the shiny side up.
Shiny side up. That's what it was. Keep the shiny side up. old CB terms from the 70s.
I've always wanted to go to Alaska.
I have too, Lance. I'm
Seems
with
like
you
a
there. Yeah,
long
it's beautiful.
way to travel.
Well, it's not short.
Get Brett back on the phone and see if he has any room.
I think I got a connection for you.
That's true. It's a.
I don't want to interrupt a family trip.
No, but if you went with Brett to Alaska, we would let you off the bracket challenge.
I bet you would.
It's not one of the lower 48, but we'll
boys
wait that
right there.
Yeah.
Boys are givers on a Tuesday, aren't they?
We are. All right. A lot to do in the show. Part of it being brought to you by our friends at Johnson RV Center, johnsonrvcenter.com. That's where Brett called in at 205-734-0923.
You could go see Alaska in a new Clipper Ultralight 182 DBU bunk model from Coachman. Payments as low as $179 a month. See Johnson RV Center for details. The best value for the money is what you find at Johnson RV Center. And the Johnson RV Center warranty forever, competitive pricing, no hidden fees, service after the sale, I-65 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online. Remember this, johnstonrvcenter.com.
All right, when we come back, early in the show for this, but we're going to jump into 4 downs. And as we roll back, we'll talk a little college football in 1, 2, 3 of these, and then bring up Bryce Young and Eric Church in the same question. It is next right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This Mother's Day, treat Mom to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order Mom her special gift online at birmingham.woodhousespas.com or just stop by the Summit location right off of Highway 280. The Woodhouse Day Spa. Experience the difference.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back with you on the Next Round. Last night in baseball, Braves beat the Mets 5-2. Doubleheader day for Braves and Mets. They go early at 2:10, and then another game tonight, Bally's in FS1. If you're keeping up with the Braves, when he's in the lineup, Travis d'Arnaud, the catcher, 333 right now, 3 of 4 last night. I mean, he's a good defensive catcher, but man, he's swinging a good stick right now.
Well, since he left the Mets, he's hitting .563, 9 of 16 at Citi Field.
Is that good? So comfortable.
Yeah, so tearing it up there.
Yeah, so a big win for the Braves there. Yankees win again. They've now won 10 games in a row. Baseball continues today. So does the NHL and NBA playoffs. More on that coming up later in the show. Before we get to Four Downs, Brownie, tell us about the great folks at Wayne's.
Jimmy D, you want that good barefoot summer lawn, right? That's great being outside on it, loving the look of it, having the best yard on your street. The way you do it is with our friends at Wayne's. They are the only name we trust for our lawn service, for our termite control, for our pest control. Right now, you can get the same exact lawn treatment that we use with that 1-year EnviroLawn agreement at Wayne's, and we are going to help you get your first month free. 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR for the next round. It helps us, but it most importantly helps you save. You get the first month free on that 1-year EnviroLawn agreement, get that barefoot good summer lawn, and help Wayne's create your happy place by calling 866-WAYNES-1.
Rockstar, give me cut number 5. It was my fault yesterday we did not get to this when we were reacting to the NFL draft. But LT came in, and one of his favorite moments from the draft was Kyron Williams' phone call. Tell me about that. Set this video up for me as the Notre Dame player gets a call from your Rams.
Well, you know, it was just one of those things that I saw just come by on Twitter, and you look at Kyron Williams, and he had a tremendous career with Notre Dame. Didn't go nearly as high as he thought he would go. The projection was Breece Hall and then everybody else when it came to the running back position. But when he finally comes off the board, he gets a call from Les Snead, the general manager from the Rams, before he actually knows it is run on the TV. And then the phone gets handed over to Sean McVay. And Kyron Williams, who ends up going in the 5th round, this is what it sounded like. It's pretty awesome.
Hello? How you doing? How you doing, Coach? Yeah, you just did it, Coach. You did it. You got, Coach. You got the one. I promise you. How you doing, Coach? I appreciate you, Coach. I swear to goodness, I'm gonna come in there. I'm gonna do everything, and I promise y'all gonna get everything from me. I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna change it. Yeah, we're all right here. Take a video, take a video, take a video.
Woo, get the video. First round. All day, baby, all day. Yeah!
From Notre Dame, obviously, the NFL draft with Kyron Williams there. That'll get you. I love the emotions of a family, and got a little bit of
Jerry Maguire, Show Me the Money. That scene when he finally gets his contract there.
Well,
too.
I mean, you pull for it to work for a guy like that. But I mean, truth is, probably what are there 262 picks? Probably almost all of them feel that way. You only get to see a select group of them. If you ever have to cut that guy, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
Remember
Well,
that
look,
video.
and he's got an opportunity to make the team because Darrell Henderson has not really panned out. And Henderson's going into year 3 or 4. Cam Akers, Cam Akers is going to be fine. He's going to be your primary. Kyron Williams got an opportunity. I mean, watching him at Notre Dame, I never thought he would slide all the way down to the 5th round. I mean, he was a difference maker.
Yep. And then you can be the job stealer too. Go in there if you're hungry enough. Be a job stealer. Do it for me.
Where my job stealers at?
Any update on him, by the way?
I hadn't heard about him in a while.
Oh, Coach
Scott Cochran.
Yeah, it was good. When we coached the Alabama spring game, we were blown away coming out for the second half as Scott got everybody rallied up.
He was getting the old special team to my job stealers.
The guys that go to the NFL and steal jobs on the roster, the job stealers there. All right, let's do our 4 downs today, Rockstar. It's brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tires. 4 locations, and maybe we may have to go 5 downs one day. I think this company's still expanding.
Look, locally owned and operated, great guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can do it for you and your family. 4 locations at online VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
This is from the Mark Schlabach overreaction.
All right.
Tell me true or false and why you believe it to be true or false. Georgia lost too much talent to get back into the college football playoffs. True or false?
I'm going to say that is false. 15 is a lot. But again, we highlighted this the other day that Alabama numerous times has had massive drafts and at least gotten back into the college football playoffs. The way Kirby Smart has recruited, I'm not going to say you can replace 15 for 15, but there are a lot of guys, a lot of those positions that should be next man up.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's false, too. I mean, you look offensively, you've got Stetson Bennett, a 24-year-old quarterback who is getting better and better coming back. Brock Bowers, now Eric Gilbert. You've got weapons over there. You've got a tackle that is projected as a first-round guy. You've got 3 guys on that defense coming back that are projected possible first-rounders. Look, they restock. I mean, that's what Georgia does now. We've seen it from Alabama. We've seen it from Ohio State. We saw it from Clemson for years. This is Georgia now.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I think that is false.
Second down.
All right. Using the assumption that this is the last year without Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC, that they will be
looking more and more true. Yeah.
Which they'll be part of the SEC in 2023. If I say you want to be Texas or Oklahoma, you want to be Texas or Oklahoma coming into the SEC in 2023, which one do you want to be? Coaching staff, facilities, backing, blah, 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 blah. You want to be Texas or Oklahoma coming to the SEC?
I would say Texas has got more resources, Brown. I don't trust either one of these coaching staffs right now. I guess I trust Venables a little bit more with sight unseen than sight seen from Sark from Washington to USC to now year 1 at Texas. Texas is the bigger brand to me. Oh, I don't know. I guess I'll go Texas. I don't feel good about either, though.
I mean, I'd hate to base this on one player, but he's going to be an important player. There are a lot of indications that Arch Manning is leaning towards Texas.
I think that's where I would go if I was Arch.
I don't think I would. Why would you go to Texas?
Because my family tree's in the SEC with Ole Miss and Tennessee. I'm not going to either one of those schools, most likely. So where am I going to go? LSU seems to be off the board. That's where he grew up in that area. I think I would choose Texas.
Well, it appears
make my own
Did you see
path.
he visited Virginia?
I did see that. I don't know what's going on there. There's no way the guy goes to Virginia.
Academics, baby.
I did see that. It's widely thought that his 4 are Georgia, Alabama, Texas, and Ole Miss on down the list only because of family history in all likelihood. The weird thing is you're picking the worst coach out of those 4. Now, can you make him better? Maybe Arch Manning's that good. I don't know. But then maybe you just don't do it on coach. I think that would have to weigh heavily, though, right? And you're picking the worst coach of the 4. I mean, if you line up, that's not even a discussion.
But where is Arch coming out? I know he's the number 1 guy, but compared to both Peyton and Eli.
I don't really know that.
I don't know that either. And I'm not sure. Is it a given? He's the number 1 guy.
He's gonna. I think he's gonna be the number 1 quarterback. Maybe not number 1 overall, but I think it's a given he's gonna be number 1 quarterback.
Like is he gonna rate better than some of the quarterbacks who maybe are committing last year or this year to places like Alabama.
I think
or
in his
somewhere
signing
else.
class, he's going to be the number one. I think. Now, I'm far from a recruiting expert. All of that said, I just feel like Oklahoma, they're not going to fall off, even if Venables is not great. We're talking about a year from now. They're not going to fall off that much. They are in so much better shape than Texas.
Cockiest thing I've ever said about Alabama football, but if Arch Manning goes there and wins a championship, he's just another quarterback that won a championship.
He's not just another well, yeah, you're right. He can go write a legacy and be a hero at Texas. At Alabama, he can be well thought of.
But right. he would be the first Manning to ever win a national championship.
That is true.
He would be.
That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and he can do that anywhere. Be the first Manning to win a national championship.
I don't know if he can at Virginia.
He can do it in some places.
If he wins a championship, it doesn't have to be at Alabama to his legacy. But the Texas, as big as the state is, as passionate as the boosters are, I just thought if you can go there and win a championship of some sort,
no, I don't disagree.
Then you become
you're a hero.
Yeah,
there's no doubt.
They build statues. It takes a little bit more if you do it in Tuscaloosa.
Third down.
All right, a couple of UWs. All right. Moving forward right now, would you rather be University of Washington or University of Wisconsin with the landscape of NIL and where the conferences are going? You want to be UW in the Pac-12 or UW in the Big Ten?
I would go Wisconsin. I think they've got a better fan base. They've got a better, at least recent history. Kalen DeBoer, I don't know how good of a job he's going to do at Washington. Seattle's obviously the bigger city, but it seems kind of like a cesspool right now that I would want nothing to do with.
Well, that Washington job seems like they should be really good at NIL, but they seem to be almost not participating in the NIL. They don't seem like they've got it together at all.
It's just an irrelevant program.
I don't think there's a whole lot of passion for college football up there. I think it's hard to go to your big corporations in Seattle and say, hey, owner of this corporation, you're going to pony up $1 million for our collective? And he's like, does that give me Seahawks season tickets? Oh, no, this is the Huskies.
Well,
are you kidding me?
Another thing I would say, I know when you look at Wisconsin in the Big Ten pecking order, they're probably bottom of the top third, but it's still the Big Ten. And right now there's such an unknown with the Pac-12. And even when we talk about the Pac-12, we talk about Oregon and we talk about USC. We really don't talk about Washington.
But when you go brands
and Utah,
it's Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, and then you start fighting for that fourth spot.
Iowa and the Wisconsin.
But as Kerry points out, look at the projections of future conference payouts. Tell me, do you want to be a Big Ten school or Pac-12
Without
school?
a doubt.
So I'll go Wisconsin.
But out in the Pac-12, it's always USC, and then it's Oregon. But it used to be USC and Washington, and they've fallen off.
It's been a while.
I'd be Wisconsin as well.
Fourth down.
Finally, we always do a little birthdays here. Happy birthday, Eric Church. Happy birthday. Well, it's not birthday for Bryce Young, but we'll use Bryce Young here. It's Eric Church's birthday.
What?
I'll start over.
Yeah.
All right, go,
Do
Jim.
fourth down for me, voice-wise again. I like it when you
Fourth
pretend.
down.
I like it when you do the impersonation.
Fourth down.
Eric Church's birthday today, everybody.
All right.
Is it Bryce Young's birthday?
It's not Bryce Young's birthday. I'm sorry. I was buying my Garth Brooks tickets. Eric Church and Bryce Young. Eric Church's birthday.
Eric Church comes up on this show as much as Bryce Young
really
does.
LT gave me this question, and I didn't write it down very well. Better career moving forward from this point, Eric Church or Bryce Young?
Somebody, when we stumbled back into the Mount Rushmore College or of country music singers, somebody in the chat room yesterday said, y'all can hate me for this. Eric Church will one day be on that Mount Rushmore.
Okay.
Well, no, Lance, you can't just automatically dismiss that.
But it was followed up by somebody who says, I don't like him. He sings too much bro country. And I never think of him as bro country at all.
No, I think he's more of a
I
throwback.
also could say Bryce Young's going to end up being the greatest quarterback in the history of the NFL.
You can't discount that.
Okay.
You know, you
Okay,
can't.
well, that's it. Okay, that's fine.
You can.
I will go Bryce Young here.
I think I would too.
I would go Bryce Young too. He's already won a Heisman Trophy. I guess Eric Church has.
He's probably won one of those awards.
He's
There's
won
so many of them.
Entertainer of the Year, I'm sure, and #1 songs and all that. But as we've pointed out, it's hard to get to the top of the food chain in country music because everybody's got an opinion. Bryce Young can be the best of the best at some point.
Look, I think Bryce Young is going to have another outstanding year. I doubt he'll win a Heisman Trophy. There's a good chance he can win a national championship, though. There's a good chance he's going to be a top 10 pick. I don't know if he's going to be top 5 anymore because of your bet yesterday, but a top 10 selection. He's going to get paid and have every opportunity to be a franchise quarterback.
He's never won a Grammy. He's won several CMAs and CMTs.
How many number one songs?
So those are kind of like MTV awards, right?
Yeah, well, he's got some
Any
MTV awards.
Nickelodeon Kid Choice Awards?
Jim, you're going to give me a second on the number one songs, but I can try to do that.
Riley says church is not bro country. I would agree with that. Goose, church is good, but would never be on a Mount Rushmore of country music. Tripp says, call Eric Church whatever you want. I call him a very wealthy MFer.
Yeah, I would agree with
There's no
that.
doubt about that.
Cornbread, Eric Church is... Okay, thank you, Cornbread. That is our 4 Downs brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
They spray paint that Mount Rushmore.
Just the way he's self-edited is. Okay.
Sometimes I read those.
Jimmy
I want to know what
teleprompter.
Cornbread's having for lunch today. 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Automotive, locally
Excuse
owned
me,
and
sir,
operated.
is that a drink in your hand?
Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Check them out online, VulcanTireAuto.com.
Peak chart. I think I only count a couple number ones.
All right, thank you very much, Brownie. Right now we had to.
You literally asked the question.
No, I did.
You
I
wanna
got to get to break here because it's time, as we always do,
You're
Mondays
impossible.
and Tuesdays. We give you a little Urology Center of Alabama medical minute. LT.
Hey, this is for the ladies. This May, the UCA Women's Center will join doctors and medical professionals nationwide to commemorate National Women's Health Month. This May, we aim to encourage women of all ages to make their health a top priority when it comes to urologic health. It's not uncommon for many women to simply ignore issues or think it's just part of aging. There are solutions for women who are dealing with pelvic pain, overactive bladder, or urinary incontinence. With the right treatment plan, these urological conditions can be managed, and the women out there, you can get back to living a happy and healthy life. Do your part this Women's Health Month. Schedule a routine checkup appointment with an expert at the UCA Women's Center. To do that, call 205-930-0920 or go online, ucawomencenter.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call DryTech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with DryTech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo, reminding you we're 116 days away from week 0 of college football. That means we're very close to starting a new school year. I know final exams going on everywhere, but very quickly your rising senior will be back in college. Or maybe you're starting to think about a junior who will be back in high school as a senior and start trying to pick their college choice. That's when I want you to remember the University of Montevallo. Centrally located right here in our state. Wonderful school, 75 majors in a list that continues to grow every day. You've got a great theater department, communications department, business school, all with new buildings, 21 NCAA scholarship sports, and a lot more. Beautiful on-campus facilities there and a beautiful landscaping campus. Southern Living raves about the beauty of Montevallo. You can see it all for yourself and find out why your son or daughter belongs at Montevallo by going to montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Before we get to the top of the hour, talk to Clay Travis. Just hats off to Lunsford and Forrester and Rockstar and everybody behind the glass. The new look package we have that we're debuting today over here. So far, it looks really good. Don't you agree?
Oh, I do agree. You know what? The in the top left corner there, our logo and date, you know, that gives me old school ESPN2 vibes. You see what I'm talking about? You remember when ESPN2 kind of did the...
Did they have the date on it?
No. I'm just saying like the font and all that. And no, I like it. I'm not being critical at all of it. I very much like it. But I'm saying it just kind of gives me the old ESPN2 vibes. How ESPN was like all buttoned up and ESPN2 was like,
I like that Bud Light Next can. It's like it's popping out. It's
you almost want to reach up to the
almost
TV
3D.
and grab it.
But
yeah.
you know what? The tab's up too. It's an open can. Have you guys noticed that?
It's inviting.
Yeah.
Yep. I can see people reaching, thinking we're offering it up right there and hitting their television.
It's a small can, but
yeah.
I got small hands. It's a kitty pick.
It's the Stuart Little can.
So let us know what you think of the new look. Lunsford's been working for hours on that back there, days, weeks, months.
You know, it was debuted to us in a meeting yesterday, and Dunaway, of course, said, "Oh, can we start that tomorrow?" He's always wanted to do it,
and we did.
And we did. That's what the first thing I noticed. I wasn't going to say a word today. I wasn't going to ask Lunsford, "Hey, when are we starting that?"
We have some really good-looking hats. I was going to wear one on the show today that just came in yesterday. I actually walked them back from the delivery to all the way back to Reed's office.
Oh, I haven't seen those. Those do look good.
Yeah, and they're red. But I can't show you them yet because I was told because they're not in the store yet.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Dunaway has mentioned the store 3 times today after yesterday saying, I'm not talking about the store anymore.
Well, you guys are giving me heat that I want stuff for our viewers and listeners really quickly for them. And I was just like, is it in the store yet? Nextround.store.
nextround.store, where we have the new T-shirt winner coming very soon. That's right.
Now, is the red hat have anything to do with me talking about summer hats?
Maybe.
No. Okay.
No, I just think that we wanted a variety, another color option.
Yeah.
Yep. Secondary color, if you will.
I'm not trying to take Dunaway credit here. I was just wondering because I brought that up last week.
No, it's all Jim played.
And by the way, if you've ever wondered about the red in the next round, it's sort of a blend of crimson and auburn. And you blend it together, and that's the red we come up with.
It's just red.
It's Cardinal. Cardinal. I had to look it up last night for something. It's Cardinal.
I was going with the old
Stallions?
1983 Birmingham Stallions story. Speaking of which, the Stallions back in action coming up this Saturday night, 6 o'clock, Tampa Bay and Birmingham. They announced Week 5 games, by the way. And guess what? The Stallions are going to be on national television again.
Odd, isn't it?
Sunday at 11 a.m., and they'll get a Fox game there, or an NBC. I forget which one, but either Fox or NBC, main network for the Stallions, almost every game the rest of the way out. This hour of the show has been brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Brownie, get us ready for one more thing we're going to point out before we get to Clay Travis.
Oh, I've got a breaking story.
Okay.
If you've got a firearm, maybe a hunting rifle or shotgun you don't use anymore, Nichols Outfitters might be interested in purchasing it from you. Perhaps you'll upgrade it. Don't hang on to the old one. Let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Stop by and see what you can get for your firearm. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham.
What is it?
The power of this show. The Associated Press reporting right now, Lance, the Biden administration has determined WNBA star Brittney Griner is being wrongfully detained in Russia, meaning the U.S. will more aggressively work to secure her release. Yeah. I mean, we talk about it to start the show, and by the end of the hour, President Biden's already acted.
Rattle the cage.
That's right.
As many of you pointed out, we went from Free Brittney to Free Brittney.
It's just a you.
All in 1 year in
Keeps
2022. It's a hashtag that never stops giving. Free Brittney there. When we come back, Clay Travis joins the show. We'll talk a little sports with Clay. Brandon Marcello had a sit-down. Oh, well, not really a sit-down. It was a Zoom, but it was a one-on-one with Lincoln Riley. Can't wait to talk to Brandon in an hour about what he learned from the new USC head football coach. That's Brandon Marcello at 11 Central right here on your home for college football, The Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. This Mother's Day, treat mom to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order mom her special gift online at birmingham.woodhousespas.com or just stop by the Summit location right off of Highway 280. The Woodhouse Day Spa. Experience the difference.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Clay Travis coming up. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all here today on the Next Round. Hour number 2, you can jump on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline coming up later this hour, 205-734-0923. We're from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, presented by our friends at Bud Light. Let's do the headlines. We're 116 days away from college football, but we're not that far away from SEC Media Days in Atlanta coming up July the 18th. We'll be over there doing live shows, and we're so thankful to all of our great sponsors. Bromberg's one of those great sponsors.
As Alabama's leading jeweler since 1836, trust Bromberg's when they say there is no better Mother's Day / graduation gift than diamonds. And this week, May 2nd through the 7th, shop our incredible savings on the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. It is the big diamond sale at Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. They've got a multi-million-dollar inventory on hand of gorgeous loose diamonds and fabulous diamond jewelry at the best prices of the year, along with a vast collection of loose diamonds, the meticulously selected diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry will be on sale. Prices 5 to 50% off. Stop by, see the diamond specialist at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit.
Braves win yesterday in New York against the red-hot Mets. Austin Riley, 2 of 4. He's hitting .284. Doubleheader today, Braves and Mets. In the NBA last night, Heat and Suns get big wins to jump out 1-0 in that series. A couple more games tonight we'll talk about a little bit later on. Big get for Dan Lanning out at Oregon. He picks up 4-star receiver Jurion Dickey, biggest recruit yet for Lanning as an Oregon Duck for this upcoming class. And Rich Rodriguez. We were just talking Sunday. It's hard still to imagine that Rich Rod is the coach at Jacksonville State. He says things are going great so far. Here's Rich Rod on where the Gamecocks are in his return to being a head coach.
What are your initial impressions of where you are right now?
Yeah, we've I think we've got some things answered. We got some pretty good players, but we also need some competition at a lot of spots as well. And we're going to have some tough conversations with our guys the next couple weeks, tell them exactly where they stand, what they need to work on, and then what we can improve as well. And also the same thing with coaches. We got to look at ourselves in the mirror. What can we do better from a coaching standpoint, a scheme standpoint? And so we find out a lot. I found out a lot in your first 15 practices. And normally, as I told the team, the first spring's always the hardest because you're getting to know their practice routine. You got new schemes, new terminology, and I think our guys responded pretty well.
That guy was, I think he was 23-point favorites that night, wasn't he?
Against Pitt?
Against Pitt to go play for a national championship.
Yeah, and Missouri had the same opportunity against Oklahoma that night. We could have seen Missouri playing West Virginia for the national championship.
Unbelievable.
That would have been fun. Clay Travis is with us, the founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter, Fox Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Great. Thanks a lot. When you draft, if you're the Titans, and you draft Malik Willis number 3, or in the third round, excuse me, not number 3, in the third round, your plan for him as it pertains to Ryan Tannehill, do you think would be what?
I think you bring him in. Obviously, it's like a redshirt year for Malik Willis, and you find out whether with a guy around pick 100, I think it was 86 or whatever it was, he's capable of being, in your mind, a starter in the NFL or not. If he is, you're getting an incredible value on him. If he's not, then you go back into the free agent market. Depending on how the season goes, you potentially end up with somebody way better as a higher draft pick. But effectively, you're letting it be known, I think, that this is the last year for Ryan Tannehill in the Titans regime.
But you don't believe that Malik Willis is the heir apparent. I mean, he's got to earn that spot. They didn't draft him thinking, okay, that's our future.
I don't think you draft a guy in the third round saying, like, hey, this is definitely going to be the heir apparent. In other words, if the Titans had a bad year and they were sitting somewhere around the top 10, I don't think they would pass on a quarterback because they took Malik Willis this year, right? So they're not thinking necessarily, hey, this is the guy who could be the future of the franchise. I think they probably thought he was good value. He doesn't cost very much, and they get this full year to kind of see. I mean, look, my argument for a long time has been if you don't have a quarterback, I think the NFL should treat quarterbacks like college does, right? I mean, even if you've got a 5-star who's a freshman, you go and get another 5-star the next year because it's hard to project who's going to be elite, right, at the quarterback position. And so I think that's kind of where the Titans are. Unless Ryan Tannehill comes out and has an incredible year, I think this is probably his final season. It's certainly anywhere near the cost of what he's making now.
Wide receiver is so important in this league, and obviously John Robinson didn't want to pay A.J. Brown, so trade A.J. Brown, draft Treylon Burks, but Robert Woods also coming in from the Rams. If Robert Woods is 95% of the Robert Woods that was healthy with the Rams, you got him on the cheap. Now you got a rookie contract for Treylon Burks. I mean, you've got a couple of pretty good receivers there, but I'm sure as a Titans fan, you probably didn't like the fact that A.J. Brown has gone to Philadelphia now.
Well, look, I mean, as a Titans fan, we've spent over 20 years trying to get a really top wide receiver. And there have been a lot of first and second round draft picks who haven't turned into, that top 5, top 10 caliber guy. You finally had one in A.J. Brown. Just being totally, transparent about it, what are the chances that you go from one top 5 to 10 wide receiver to another and he's the 6th wide receiver taken, right? Doesn't seem very likely, personally. I mean, there have been a lot of high draft picks for the Titans at wide receiver, whether it's Corey Davis, who was okay, but never was the level of A.J. Brown, whether it was Kenny Britt back in the day, probably the best wide receiver in Titans history is Derek Mason, and he was a, I would say a mid-tier, big-time playmaker. In that, I mean, I don't think anybody feared Derek Mason, right? Like he made a lot of his living on those underneath routes, just being a really skilled, disciplined wide receiver. But I think that's probably the challenge is what are the odds that you straight up replace a big time guy in A.J. Brown with somebody who's relatively the equivalent of him. I think it's low. If they do it, then more power to them. That's a home run because you went from basically having to pay a guy $100 million, which is what the Eagles gave A.J. Brown, to instead paying $12 or $14 million to a guy, which means you got a lot more dollars to spend elsewhere.
Clay Travis is with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, the founder of Outkick. Last night, the Monday Morning Quarterback Club here in Birmingham announced their first winners and had a banquet for the Saban Legacy Award, honoring coaches and their contribution to the sport. Steve Spurrier and Eddie Robinson were the first people to receive this award. When I say Steve Spurrier, as a guy who is so tied to Tennessee, what pops to mind for you for Steve Spurrier? I don't want you to write his obit for me, but just tell me how you describe Steve Spurrier.
I think he's a guy who changed SEC football forever. Because for me, when I think about Steve Spurrier, what I think about is a guy. Look, when you really break down football from an offensive and defensive perspective, offense is about creating space, right? It's a game of space. Defense is about trying to eliminate space. That's effectively what the purpose of the sport is. And for his era, I don't think there was anybody better at creating space. I mean, how often did you watch SEC football games where out of nowhere it felt like Spurrier had a guy wide open and there wasn't anybody within 10 yards of him, right? It just you kind of lived in fear when he was in his heyday. Every time they dropped back to pass, you felt like, oh, they may score here. And certainly coming out of the sort of 3 yards in a cloud of dust SEC style when Spurrier took over at Florida, that really kind of changed things. And then the other thing I would say is Spurrier changed Florida football forever. Prior to Steve Spurrier getting there, Florida football wasn't very good. After Steve Spurrier, Florida was and is, a top 10 program in all of college football. And certainly there are many different people to herald for that. But there's very few coaches by and large who you can say this guy made a program into a perennial power. Spurrier did.
Are you chaperoning a field trip for one of your kids?
I'm not chaperoning. But I am I'm down in Orlando, so I am at SeaWorld right now, and I've got my two youngest boys with me. So we just finished a water park ride, and they are walking through one of the aquariums right now. So,
do you need to go? We're taking away from your family. If you need to go, go.
No. It's a 10-minute break. Trust me, I've been everywhere here for the last 5 or 6 days. So,
have you gone to Discovery Cove?
No, what is Discovery Cove? Is that in SeaWorld?
It's a SeaWorld property. It's off the property, though, just down a little bit from it. It's incredible. I'm telling you, you need to get Laura to just Google it. You guys, if you go there, it will be your number one by far.
Yeah, we've been to Universal. I went to Magic Kingdom for a day, went to Universal 2 days, and now I'm at SeaWorld. It's just me and the two youngest boys. So Dad has been in charge for this entire trip.
Check out Discovery Cove. I'm telling you, it's a hidden gem. With that said, who I don't believe is a hidden gem, Will Levis. He's come up on the show back-to-back days now. I don't know if you've seen this, Clay. There are now 6 that we can count mock drafts for 2023 that have Will Levis, Kentucky quarterback, going in the top 10.
First of all, I don't know who has watched SEC football. This is one of those things where I feel like sometimes there's a massive difference between the expectations for people who watch college football and people who project for the NFL draft. And I didn't know that, but that's pretty wild to me because I think even Kentucky fans. Now, to be fair, if Will Levis comes out and has a Joe Burrow-like season, because if you had said to me for 2019 season, hey, Joe Burrow is going to be the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. This is my prediction. If you'd said that in May before the season started, I think it was 2019, right? I can't even keep up with what year it was.
Yeah.
Everybody would have said this is the craziest prediction of all time. You're telling me that Joe Burrow is going to come out and have maybe the greatest season as a quarterback in the history of college football, and he's going to end up a consensus number 1 pick. Everybody would have said you were crazy. So maybe Will Levis is going to be a totally different quarterback this year than he has been based on what I have seen from him last year, for sure. That would stun me beyond belief if he's a first-round pick. I would not be happy right now if you told me, hey, the Titans are going to have the 12th overall pick and they're taking Will Levis as the quarterback of the future. Right now, I would say, I need a lot of alcohol to drink.
You'd say we've already got that guy in Ryan Tannehill. Outkick on their Twitter feed and on their webpage back on May 1st had a picture of Ben Joyce throwing the ball 105 miles an hour, 105.5 against Auburn this weekend. Second fastest thrown baseball recorded in the history of the sport. What falls off first, the rest of my hair or Ben Joyce's arm? Because you look at that picture and it looks like it's going to snap when he's throwing it.
So first of all, I mean, if I were him, I would want to go ahead and get drafted and make as much money as I can right now. Second, I think one of the, I don't know if you guys have talked about this at all, and I know you have the SEC baseball tournament every year. If you rank dominant SEC teams, Tennessee I believe they're 40-4 right now, something like 20-2 in the SEC. Given that it's baseball, if Tennessee were to go on and they're the favorite to win the College World Series, we'll see what happens. Everybody knows baseball can be erratic when it comes to postseason play and what ends up happening. But I think you would have to argue that this Tennessee team, of which Joyce is a member, is one of the most dominant SEC teams of all time because the records that they're setting this year in SEC baseball, which is arguably better than SEC football, certainly better than SEC basketball. Arguably, SEC baseball is the most competitive of all of the college sports for the SEC. They would have one of the greatest seasons in the history of college athletics. So I don't know where it's going to go from here, but as we sit early May with them, I believe they're 40-4. These are numbers that you just don't see anywhere. And the level of dominance that they have shown both offensively and defensively is really kind of off the charts.
All right, go follow Clay on Twitter at Clay Travis. Read him at Outkick. See him on Fox Sports. Enjoy Orlando, Clay. As always, we appreciate the time.
No worries. Appreciate y'all.
All right, buddy. Take care. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I'll try to get Forrester to pull that picture from Outkick or just pull up the webpage from Outkick. But it just looks like his arm's going to snap as he's throwing the ball. And that's not even from the 105-mile-per-hour pitch. It's back in their opening series.
Yeah, I brought it up. Yeah, it looks rough. The torque that is being put on that arm. We talked about Strasburg when he came out.
Yeah.
Well, remember, I predicted that because of the way he threw the ball and how he was delivering, that was the time when Mark Pryor, that Mark Pryor and all those people were just dropping like flies. I never thought Strasburg would have the career he did. He did battle some arm problems, but he ended up having, some good years.
You thought he would barely pitch in the majors.
That's right. I thought he would Mark Pryor that thing up a little bit.
And they shut him down that first year and took a lot of criticism.
Managed him really well.
Yeah, but I mean, he ended up being way better than I think most people thought he was going to be. And certainly you.
With this guy here, Ben Joyce, it's sad, but he's throwing it like we've never seen anybody throw it before at 100.5 miles per hour. But we're all saying the same thing. He needs to go get some money because we're waiting for his arm to snap, and it's fun to watch. But when you see a still photo of his arm, it just isn't meant to do that. I don't think it's just crazy. 105.5 miles per hour, and we'll get to see him here in Hoover coming up in a few weeks. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services, LT. We'll do a lock later on in the show, thanks to our friends at Hemphill. But you and one of your friends had some major, I think it was cooling problems.
I had somebody ask me yesterday for Andrew's number.
Yep.
I mean, look, it comes up all the time. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have the Hemphill number in your phone, 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
Rockstar's viewing menu coming up in the next segment, but I don't know how you guys feel, but Auburn basketball is about to take every 4 years. Once every 4 years, you can go on an international tour and play some games, but really take your student athletes. on the road,
right?
And sort of show them the world. Auburn's heading to Israel coming up in July and early August, July 31st through August the 10th. They'll play 3 games over there, but the games aren't important. It's about getting to see the world. And I just think it's fascinating. Do you think you learn a lot by traveling as young people or adults? Do you feel like when you travel to places you've never been before, you learn more than you would in a classroom?
Well, it's taking on different perspectives, cultures. You broaden your horizons. You literally do.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised Auburn's doing this because Bruce Pearl he's Jewish, so he's been a very outspoken proponent of the nation of Israel, and a lot of the world decisions that go into that. He's very supportive of some that are pro-Israel, very critical of some that are not. He's very upfront about that on social media. That said, it's not surprising that they would choose that location. We all have a mutual friend that is from Israel and describes it. I mean, it's amazing, right? I've always wanted to go. I've always wanted to go to the, tour the Holy Land spots where, they believe Jesus, was buried. And
Bruce talked about that. We're going to go see Bethlehem. We're going to the City of David. We're going to Jerusalem. We're going to all the biblical places.
Right.
And it's a learning experience for this whole organization that'll make the trip over.
And there's been some debate over whether or not it's actually Joseph's tomb, what they consider to be the burial spot of Jesus. That doesn't really matter to me. I just kind of like to see, where there's no debate that, the things that are mentioned in the Bible that took place here, the Sea of Galilee and, places like that. I think it'd be super cool.
Yeah, and then the unfortunate thing for guys like us is time and money to be able to do stuff like that.
Right.
So these kids to have the opportunity,
well, somebody else is dying,
and the access to do it. That's pretty incredible.
Auburn is paying for them to go over there and do this, and that's what the neat thing is. So when you complain about all the college athletics and all of name, image, and likeness or tampering or all that, there's still some good that goes in to everything we're doing, and there's a experience there of getting to go to Israel coming up for the Auburn basketball team July 31st through August the 10th. They'll play 3 games while they're over there in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv in Israel. All right, quick break here. Rockstar's guy is Adam Mestre, and I don't know when Cord will do his first Adam Mestre commercial, but I feel like it's going to come very, very soon and likely would be recorded sometime around 2 a.m.
It wouldn't be a very clean read. It'd be very upset and coughing and emotional.
I played the Cord audio last night.
I did too. Yeah.
And I think you do Cord better than Cord does Cord.
Well, as I responded to the text when Rockstar sent it to us, I don't know if it's Rockstar or the baby. I really don't know.
So good.
That's when I picked up the baby.
Yeah.
And that's literally what he first did. I was like, I'm going to record this because Nancy just started laughing. I go, right. I mean, he was crying when she was holding him. He was like, he's just upset a lot. So I picked him up and I was like,
is he colicky?
No. I just...
What are you laughing at?
Didn't you joke about that's what every dad asks when their baby's crying?
I threw it out there.
Oh, it's him. It's him.
It's a good early label, though.
Yeah.
Oh, son of a bitch. We got a colicky baby.
A colicky one.
But to show you where you are when you're a teenager, my son's 17. He was in the other room when I played the audio. He was like, good God, what is that? And I said, it's Rockstar's baby. He was like, are you serious?
Yeah, 24/7.
Yeah, I had the volume up a little bit.
I can get louder if you want. Yeah. That was the daytime. Nighttime's a little different.
I mean, did any of us think with your life you weren't going to have a baby that cried?
Oh, yeah, I totally understand that, but it's
I'm just saying that's you. Yeah.
Nonstop. Yeah. Let me tell you something about Adam Mestre before we continue. Adam is the 3rd-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
A couple of our former employees, not employees, but people we used to work with, were at the poker table last night. And I was, part of my conversation and talking to them, I brought up, hey, y'all saw Rockstar had a baby, right? Mm-hmm. So,
and one of them's as quiet as Rockstar wants his baby to be.
Yeah, but it was, it's a,
I don't know that person.
It's just really amazing. Just really amazing that's where you are in your life. Everyone's excited about it, though. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu tonight, and then we'll jump into this conversation about the receiver from Pittsburgh. People are upset. The coach is upset at Pittsburgh. LT has dug into it a little bit from Pittsburgh's perspective on what's going on. And we'll talk about Jordan Addison and where is he, where he could be, and why everybody's up in arms. That conversation continues on the other side on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
We all see what's going on with supply chain problems. Grocery store, gas station, hardware store, the one-time supply chains are not a problem when products are made in the United States. That's where Red Wing Shoes has an advantage. Red Wing Shoes has been making footwear in the USA for more than 100 years. That American quality doesn't come alone. It comes with excellent customer service. Using a 3D scan, the Red Wing team will measure your feet to ensure a great fit. You've always wanted to try the best, and you deserve the best. Visit your local Red Wing Shoe store in Trussville and Pelham.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Rockstar's viewing menu in just a second. Forrester has the picture we were talking about from the University of Tennessee. It's on Outkick in several places. There's Ben Joyce's arm. Look at that. You can see how muscles tear, tendons tear, ligaments tear. Look at that arm right there above the elbow.
That looks weird, doesn't it?
Yep.
I mean, you think about Randy Johnson never hit that on the gun.
Nolan Ryan, nobody.
Yeah, I think Aroldis Chapman is the only one that has.
105.5 miles per hour. It wasn't even that pitch. I mean, I wonder what his arm looked like there.
Necklace is up in his mouth.
Yep.
Going back to last week, he wears a chain.
He does wear a chain.
He does.
What was the percentage, by the way?
I don't know what that turned out.
We'll go back and check that coming up a little bit later on. But right now, it's Rockstar's viewing menu. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
9 p.m. on ABC. Were you guys big Dateline and 2020 fans?
Yeah, I kind of like Dateline early on, yeah.
Keith Morrison.
There was here's what I learned on Dateline. If you had your photo, if you had a grainy photo of you sitting on a boat in a Hawaiian shirt, 100% you killed a person. It was like everybody that was the killer always was in a boat in a Hawaiian shirt in a grainy photo.
There you go. Well, there's a new show. I don't know.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it's 100% true. Go back and watch them.
There's a new show called Who Do You Believe? It says the series uses simultaneous storytelling to take viewers through compelling true crime cases from dual perspectives. I'm guessing it's like, who do you at the beginning of the thing? Well, I think he did it, or I don't know. If it's open-ended.
I saw the trailer for this, and it's like an old couple. And they're obviously split now, but the dude is like, she's pure evil, and then it's a shot to her. You know, he did this. He had 7 women on the side, and they're going back and forth. And so then I guess at the end of the episode,
you're the jury. At the end, you make the call.
Is it subjective or is it legitimate?
I don't know.
I mean, how do you figure it out?
I'm saying, like, is it open-ended where it's just like you decide, and like next week on a new episode, like, well, are you just going to tell me, or is it just going to be my decision when I think he's the
is somebody the better liar?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's almost like it's to tell the truth meets. Remember the old NFL commercial break at You Make the Calls, where they would show you a play and then you would make the call, and then they would do the ad and then come back and you'd find out if you made the call right. But I've got to know what the real decision is, or I'm not going to be entertained.
And then 9 p.m. on HBO Zone, an interesting movie when I tapped out on, The Loft. 5 married friends rent a loft in the city where they can indulge in extramarital activities. But things quickly take a turn for the worse in this tense thriller.
When one of them's a killer, right? Yeah.
Well, one girl ends up not breathing after the end. So we're like, what do we do? Wow. What do we do?
How do we
Damn it, Carl. Well, I mean, she was, yeah. And then for Brown tonight, 10:35 on ABC on Jimmy Kimmel, the Black Crowes are the musical guests.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know if they have a new album out. I didn't research it, but they will be on tonight.
If you don't know, that's Brown's favorite artist of all time.
That is correct. My favorite band, the Black Crowes.
Are you watching Outer Range, right?
Yes, I watched episode 3 yesterday.
Yeah, I watched 3 and 4. It's really strange, though.
Episode 3 is really, really slow.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of the sheriff.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the sheriff, and she has a major part in it. So I don't know. And then I started We Own This City. If you like The Wire, it's the same producer, creator. A lot of the same, not characters, but a lot of the actors 15 years later are in this. Takes place in Baltimore, but it's about corruptness in the Baltimore Police Department. It's good. Episode 1.
When Rockstar said sheriff, it reminded me. Have you watched any of Ozark yet?
20 minutes at the first episode.
Yeah. So the new sheriff in the final season here talks like you talk when you're doing the guy that's asking the question, the country guy asking the question. It's one of
coach.
It is one of the worst forced Southern accents I've ever heard. Does. I mean, as good as that show could be, the fact that they did that was just so disappointing.
I got the worst Southern accent ever, though. Finally, I figured it out this past week. We were watching Con Air. Nicolas Cage does. He plays Cameron Poe, convicted from Alabama, but he does like a Virginian accent.
Oh.
I wish we could somehow be able to play that. It is the worst Southern accent ever.
Yeah.
Ever of
Good
all
haircut,
time.
though.
And that's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at Next New Life Art. New Life Art. I'm looking at the Mets Sunday night baseball television ratings. They're raving about 1.8 million people watch the Phillies and the Mets on Sunday night baseball. You're telling me the USFL had a slight bump this past week.
Yeah, they had. So week 1 was $3 million for that first Stallions game, which they were thrilled with. That's what Fox wanted.
Yeah, $3 million compared to like Sunday Night Baseball, $1.8 million.
I know. And week 2 fell off, which it normally does. So week 3 becomes, maybe a harbinger of things to come if it just continues to drop. But it bumped not a ton. Week 2 was right at $1 million. Week 3 was $1.14 million.
Okay,
so not quite what Sunday Night Baseball is, but still for a startup league going head to head with a Sunday night game.
Yeah, but you got Phillies and Mets, $1.8 million. So which game was that? I assume that was the Stallions game?
That was Birmingham and New Orleans, the Fox game. Yeah.
So that was Saturday night in $1.1 million. So
yeah.
That's a respectable number. I mean, that's Major League Baseball's biggest game on Sunday night compared to that.
The Thursday night draft coverage now was on 3 networks.
Oh, let's guess for that one.
Okay, so do you want the 3 networks combined or do you want them broken out? I've got both.
Let's go combined.
Okay. So it was on ESPN, ABC, and NFL Network, for those that don't know.
I'm going to say...
This is in the millions. How many million people watched the first round of the draft?
I'm going to say it was a 7.6 rating, so I'm going to say it was 10 million people.
Oh, I was going to go more than that. I would go 16 million.
10 million. Dunaway nailed it.
Oh, wow.
Look at Jimmy TV. 10 million people, 4.4 million on ESPN, 3.8 on ABC, and 1.7 on the NFL Network.
Now, think about that. The NFL, so powerful, and they've built 100,000 people show up to watch a man walk out and read a name every 10 minutes.
And then people say stuff like the guy's got too short of arms or too small of hands or he's not fast enough.
But the whole thing you're there to watch is a guy to walk out and go, with the next pick, read a guy's name. That guy walks out, hugs the commissioner, holds up a jersey, poses for a picture, does an interview. Next guy up. You do that 32 times in a city with 100,000, and that draws 10 million people, while the Phillies and Mets are playing 1.8 million people. Are we a football country or what?
Yeah, we're a football
country.
Day
2, rounds 2 and 3, Friday night, 5.6 million. Major League Baseball would kill for that.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I wonder if the World Series will get to 10 million.
I don't know. NBA playoffs would like that, right?
Well, the highest rated NBA playoff game was the Sunday afternoon Golden State Memphis game, which was a phenomenal game. 7.7 million. It's still 2.5 million short of the NFL
I think the NBA
draft.
numbers are coming back a little bit, though.
They are a little bit. I mean, Milwaukee-Boston Sunday got 5.3 million. That's a good number.
Yeah. Well, if you're looking for a hero, Miami had one last night. Tyler Hero was the big guy, and the Heat ended up beating the 76ers in Game 1. And then the Suns and Mavericks, 121-114. Phoenix wins it. Luka scores 45 in that game, and it's not enough for the Mavs.
Well, Jalen Brunson wasn't good. I mean, he's got to get some support. And Jason Kidd came out after the game and said somebody else has got to show up to the party. Phoenix led wire to wire. They were up 9-0. They were up 25 in the second half. We had Phoenix -6. Boy, it came down to it. Win the game by 7.
Yeah, you go back tonight, though, with the 2 more interesting series to me. Bucks and Celtics back in Boston.
Must-win game for the Celtics, by
Milwaukee
the
up 1-0. So, I mean, can they go into Boston and take their first 2? That would be huge. Same scenario in Memphis. Golden State and Memphis tonight, 8:30 TNT. Both the road teams won Game 1, so huge Game 2s tonight.
After round 1, Boston was considered the favorite to win the East, right?
Considered the favorite to win the East.
Yeah, and if Milwaukee wins tonight, I mean, it's tough to see them winning.
Golden State is still your favorite to win the championship right now.
And Memphis had them.
Yeah, I don't know how much better Memphis can play now. During the regular season, Memphis won that regular season 3-1, but now already down 0-1 in the way they lost that game. That
Heartbreaker.
That was tough.
And much more of the NHL playoffs, Game 1s tonight, including the Predators, who are on the road with the Colorado Avalanche. That's 8:30 at ESPN. Games at ESPN starting at 6 and ESPN2 at 6:30. And double headers on both those networks tonight. The Braves back in action this evening as well. And you get a little local baseball, UAB and Jack State, 6 o'clock over at Jacksonville State. UAB coming off of that series win over number 4 Southern Miss this week with Casey Dunn and the crew there. All right, let's start the conversation here and continue it in the next segment about what is going on with Jordan Addison. This conversation will be brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, because Jordan is making a big move possibly from Pittsburgh to L.A. If you're making a move, you need our friends at Mortgage Right to get you connected.
Yeah, Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make homeownership ownership a possibility for you? Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Okay, we'll go big picture in the next segment, but specifically, where are we with Jordan Addison? You were looking at some sources there in Pittsburgh earlier, and the Pat Narduzzi camp is not happy.
They're not happy at all. Now, if you can't believe PantherLair.com, you can't believe any source, right?
The Panther Lair?
PantherLair.com.
Who was the character who used to read Panther Lair for us? All the websites.
Message Board Joe.
Message Board Joe, man.
Hey, Message Board Joe. What does he sound like?
Hey, how y'all doing? Y'all doing all right? That's good.
Now, this is also coming from ESPN's Pete Thamel. According to reports out there, this is weird. Jordan Addison is not in the transfer portal yet, but he is in Los Angeles right now.
Interesting.
Yeah. And Pat Narduzzi is so upset, he called Lincoln Riley not once, not twice, but possibly 3 different times and directly accused them of tampering.
Lincoln sent in a voicemail?
This according to Pete Thamel. I don't know. Thamel went on to say, quote, "It's a really fascinating situation that subtly thrust itself into the forefront of being the biggest story in college football. It's to the point where Pitt coach Pat Narduzzi called multiple times Lincoln Riley yesterday, had pointed conversations, plural, with him to express his displeasure."
I mean, by the way, I was looking at Pat Narduzzi in a photo from the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl Golf Classic yesterday. So I'm serious. I mean, Narduzzi was playing in that event.
So he's got a lot of you in him. He can be upset, make phone calls, and still working around the golf.
Lincoln Riley was not playing in that, was he?
No, Lincoln was not in the field.
He was with the collective orchestrating this deal for Jordan Addison. I don't know what you guys read
Pat
this.
was getting in 18.
I don't know if Addison's not in the portal, and maybe it just hasn't been reported, but I believe PantherLair.com would know if he was in the portal or not. But it sounds like he's already moved on.
It does sound like that. Now, we were told yesterday the deadline was the 1st, and that schools got 48 hours to put you in the portal. So today should be the day. In theory, today's the 3rd, right? Yeah. So in theory, he wasn't in there yesterday. Could be today.
And if he's not, he's got to get that special waiver. And you would think with tampering involved, it would be difficult to get a special waiver.
Yeah.
In my opinion, you're not in the portal until Matt Zenit says you're in the portal.
Well, that'll be an anticipated tweet for those in LA, because it appears that he's already moved on, as Lance said. I mean, the whole tampering thing. I mean, I don't know if we want to pick that up after the break.
Big picture when we come back. The tampering thing, where we are with that, and wait for it, Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders on our 24/7 podcast when we come back. He has a thought on NIL and free agency, and it may not be the opinion you think a guy called Primetime and what Deion Sanders brought to the sport as one of the more entertaining athletes of our generation feels about where college athletics is. Deion Sanders and more coming up on the show right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram @JimDunaway.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWG2022.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
2476.
As Alabama's leading jeweler since 1836, you can trust Bromberg's when they say there is no better Mother's Day or graduation gift than diamonds. This week only, May 2nd through 7th, shop Bromberg's incredible savings on the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. Dream big with Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale. Diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry on sale at prices from 5 to 50% off at Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale, May 2nd through 7th in Mountain Brook and the Summit.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Okay, this conversation blends in nicely on the other side because we'll talk to Brandon Marcello at the top of the hour about his conversation with Lincoln Riley, who's at the forefront of this Jordan Addison thing. A big picture on Jordan Addison from Brownie will start us off here after LT tells us about our friends at Michelson. That's our look ahead with Brandon Marcello in 15 minutes.
Yeah, make that call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Maybe you've been procrastinating for years. You wear the eyeglasses, the contacts. You're wasting money each and every year. Trust me, I wore the contacts for about a decade. Finally went in, got the procedure done. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. That's 20 years after the fact. Call today, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, go online, michelsonlaservision.com or 205-969-8100.
If you are a mob boss, or if you're running a gang in a prison, occasionally you got to put a shiv in somebody in prison or a bullet in somebody on the streets just to keep everybody in line, right?
Yeah, I mean, look,
at some
people
point,
will still fear / respect you.
That's right. You still gotta earn the fear. Anybody that's watching a good mob movie knows that occasionally they just got to send a message. So tampering is going to happen in college football free agency or basketball. Any sport, really. Tampering is going to happen. It already is happening. Do I believe that Lincoln Riley probably tampered here? I mean, it's not the most out there idea in the world. I don't know if it happened or not. But if you're the NCAA, Dunaway, this is going to go on until you put a bullet in somebody for this, right? I mean, they've got to come down hard on somebody to make a Lincoln Riley or a Nick Saban or anybody think twice about doing it.
Probably won't be a blue blood program, but yeah, I see your point. Got to throw an elbow for somebody to respect you in the paint.
That's right. Until that happens, what recourse? I mean, what gamble is there for a guy like Lincoln Riley to do that? If I can get a kid, and there's no recourse for Pat Narduzzi, he can be and moan about this all he wants, but he's not getting Addison back. There's no way the NCAA could prove it in enough time to even get him back the way the NCAA operates.
Carl Reed does writes for 24/7 and CBS Sports. He's a college football analyst and does a podcast as well. And the former college coach was talking with Deion Sanders. Now, I want you to listen to Deion's comments about NIL and what it has turned into, the free agency of college football. And as you listen to this, keep in mind that Deion had one of the biggest recruiting wins in recruiting this year, getting Florida State's best player to come to Jackson State. But Deion Sanders, even primetime, Coach Prime, finds what is happening with free agency and quote-unquote tampering to be a little over the top.
What is your take on NIL right now and the transfer portal and how it's affecting these type of decisions?
I like it. I love for these guys to be able to get paid for their name, image, and likeness. I love that. But it's becoming free agency, real free agency. And if you don't have it, you're not going to be able to compete. It's just another way to me to keep the schools that don't have the proper funding down. We can't. First of all, I'm not giving a kid nothing like that. No, I want you to focus on the NFL, not the NIL. You ball out and you prepared yourself for the NFL. If you get comfortable with, you already got a meal and you got that coming, man, come on. How hungry are you going to be to go out there and work and go get it? And we can't lose the fact that these are young men, that they got to stay hungry. They got to stay interested. They got to stay invested. And we're not getting to bidding wars. We don't get down like that, man. And when a kid say, Coach, how about that paper? Click.
How about that paper? Click.
So Travis Hunter didn't get paid.
Well, I mean, that's what Deion Sanders would lead you to believe, that he chose Jackson State over Florida State primarily, but pretty much anybody else in America.
The number 2 player coming out
he chose
is going to go to Jackson State. When he says it's not about NIL, it's about NFL. You're not going to get exposure at Jackson State. You're just not.
No, not the same you would get at Florida State or any other program.
Steve Alcorn's the only, or Steve
Alford.
No.
Or Steve McNair.
Steve McNair at Alcorn State is the only guy I remember where they were cutting in highlights. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah. No, he had games that were on ESPN too.
And that was quarterback.
And I bet, had they played at a later date, Walter Payton at Jackson State and Jerry Rice at Mississippi Valley probably would have gotten that same type of treatment.
If we had more television.
Correct,
then,
but we just happened to be in a TV era with Steve McNair. But I agree with Lance. I mean, it just seems unlikely that this kid chose to go to Jackson State just to play for Coach Prime, and that's it. Coach Prime is the only reason.
But Deion Sanders is one of the more entertaining, but also I always figured to be one of the more cutting-edge athletes of my generation and your generation. And for him to say this is not, really fitting to his taste, but he brings up a point. You guys can get lost in the NIL part of it all or the free agency part, but he brings up a great point that we've yet to see yet because we're still new in this NIL, is how hungry is a student athlete if he's making $2 million already? How many of you out there would still grind and work as hard if you've already made $2 million in your life? If you got $2 million over the next 3 years, would you still be working as hungry at your job as you were before you got the $2 million? And that's the next level we keep getting. As you peel this onion apart, that's the next level. What happens to the athlete that says,
when we used to hear $2 million, that sounded like a big deal. I remember when the Major League Baseball minimum was $64,500 for players.
But if I'm Nico Imalieva and I've been guaranteed $8 million reportedly over my entire time at Tennessee, and I'm going to get that $8 million no matter what, I mean, I'm pretty good, LT. I mean, I don't have to go play in the USFL or anywhere else. I got my $8 million.
Well, you got your $8 million, and you probably can earn 3% on that. So you probably can make $250,000 to $300,000 a year just on interest. Most of these kids are spenders, though. And at 18, look, you also want to compete. I mean, I see what you're saying. I mean, if you're a bricklayer, maybe you tap out at $8 million. But these guys, they want to be in the limelight. They want endorsement deals. I just don't think it stops there. I think for some it might. But again, $8 million is one thing. Making $1 million or $2 million, these guys aren't going to be able to survive forever.
Do you think Bryce Young worked hard last year?
Oh, he did.
Well, he supposedly was our first $1 million player in college football.
$1 million is different than $8 million, though.
It is, but so for $2 million, Bryce Young wouldn't have worked as hard.
I'm
or
not saying.
$3
I'm
million?
not saying
Well,
anybody
I know,
will.
but I'm just saying.
But he's bringing up a point that we don't know what we don't know yet.
We do not, but I also would like to give benefit of the doubt. I mean, Tom Brady has made more money than anybody that's probably ever played in the NFL. And Tom Brady still works really, really hard. So,
but we are getting to the first generation of professional athletes. We've seen it, that guys tap out after one contract or two contracts, and they're like, I'm 29, and I've already made this amount of money. I'm good. I'm going to go ahead and retire from football.
And see, I don't know how I would react to this, but part of me, or all of me, hopes I would look at this if I were a college football player, and let's say I make $2 million. That's a good amount of money. But I say, I'm doing this for $2 million right now. Tom Brady's doing it for $40 million a year.
Yeah,
if I work as hard as he's working, I can make this $2 million turn into $40 million.
And there is a time in your life, I guess the switch flips once you have a kid, that now my money, I want it to become their money, and I want to earn for them where they can be comfortable in life.
Can I give a positive side of this?
And that's when you really want to start.
Everybody wants to talk about the negative side of this. Can I give and it's granted a small positive that's only affecting a handful of players.
Okay.
But this is an excellent lesson in college where we're supposed to be learning, while there's still a safety net for the players, that just because this X collective gives you $2 million doesn't mean you've got $2 million. Because a lot of times in the past, players learned that in their first contract in pro sports. Oh, I signed a $40 million contract. I got $40 million. You do not have $40 million.
That's right.
So these players in college now, while there's still a safety net of a college support system around them, are learning the lesson that $2 million is now $1.3 million after taxes.
Yep.
And it's now $1 million after your cut to your agent. And it's now $800,000 after this. And it's now $700,000 after that. So that $2 million became $700,000 before you got to spend a dime of it. I mean, that's a great lesson to learn while there's still a safety net around you in college before you're in the NFL or the NBA.
Yeah, it's a fascinating time, and a lot of people are complaining about it. And some people are saying college football is dead or whatever. You got to adjust and survive, man. And because I find it hard to believe it's going to go away. And I don't know how you can put guardrails on it now. I guess we'll try. When we come back, Brandon Marcello had a conversation with the guy Pat Narduzzi thinks is wearing the black hat right now when it comes to tampering. That's Lincoln Riley. We'll talk to Brandon Marcello about that. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling, the official vodka of the next round.
Hey, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. Vodka perfection. It's Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place Pink Package, also ABC stores. It's 8 times distilled. You're going to love it. Pick up a bottle today of the locally owned and operated Redmont vodka.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll talk to the great Brandon Marcello momentarily. Right now, though, the headline's being brought to you by LT's Ride at EAW.
Somebody asked me about it this morning. I'm in a 2016 Porsche Panamera. It is awesome. It's not mine. It can be yours, though. It's only got 41,000 miles on it. Look, inventory is a problem at almost every dealership. It's not for our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Drew Shields and his team, they've got what you need. If they don't have it on the lot, they can get it for you. And if you're in the car buying or selling market, one place you've got to check out, that is our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you an instant cash offer for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics. Then bam, from their website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every single state. For more information, check out their website today. Go to EAWcars.net.
Steve Spurrier and Eddie Robinson are the first ever award winners from the Saban Legacy Award, given out by the Monday Morning Quarterback Club here in Birmingham. They had their ceremony last night at the club in town. Other football news includes four-star wide receiver Jurion Dickey from San Jose, California, picking Oregon over a number of other schools, including USC. Big get for Dan Lanning and his recruiting staff out there.
Also, in sports last night, Braves got a win over the Mets, 5-2. Austin Riley and Travis d'Arnaud with a big night at the plate. Braves play a doubleheader with the New York Mets today. NBA last night, Heat and Suns win. They take 1-0 leads in their series. Tonight, it's Game 2. Milwaukee and Boston, Golden State and Memphis, both those games part of a doubleheader on TNT. And the Birmingham Stallions back in action this Saturday night. The Stallions in first place, the last unbeaten team in the USFL. They play Tampa Bay at Protective Stadium Saturday night, 6 o'clock. You can watch that game on Fox or get your tickets there. Today would have been Dwayne Haskins' birthday.
Oh. 25, right?
Yeah, very young guy. And you just see where the quarterback market was just recently in the NFL draft, and many people thought he was still going to get another shot at possibly winning a job somewhere or making an NFL roster, staying on an NFL roster. So Dwayne Haskins being remembered around the league today would have been his birthday.
Yeah, it would have been. And, a neighbor of mine is a big Steelers fan. And at the bus stop today, we were talking about the Kenny Pickett draft, and he mentioned the fact that they also drafted the South Dakota State quarterback. Now it's round 7. But he was making the point that, there's probably reason you had to do that, right? I mean, you hate to say it that way, but you gotta have all the necessary bodies at that position.
Well, and I really believed, as much as Dwayne Haskins struggled in Washington, he looked much better in Pittsburgh's offense.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's where we are in the football world. We told you about Honey Badger Tyrann Mathieu going back to Louisiana with New Orleans. The deal came out, 3 years, $33 million for the Honey Badger as he goes back to New Orleans, a place that he was very popular wearing the purple and gold of the LSU Tigers.
Yeah, it's going to be a very popular move down in the Bayou. He is one of the favorites of LSU fans. We always enjoy our time with Brandon Marcello, 24/7 Sports, at @BMarcello on Twitter. And he's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Hello, Brandon. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. You had a really, really well-done interview with Lincoln Riley, who has found himself in the center of several controversies since moving to USC. The reaction at Oklahoma, which you could understand. Now Pat Narduzzi and he are sideways over a player. You've talked to Lincoln. I don't know that he anticipated that this move and the follow-ups to this move would create so much controversy for him.
Yeah, I talked to him, I guess, just a few hours before that all kind of broke. I talked to him Friday about noon or maybe a little bit before that, and that news came out that night, and, you knew USC was going to have some big fish to potentially land in their boat this offseason. I mean, he told me that they could add 10, maybe more players to their roster from the transfer portal after spring practices, and they're going to go after the big dogs out there, and they need to. They want to win a championship right away. He believes he's got the pieces already in place, the strong core there to be able to contend for a Pac-12 championship, and they just need to add some, I guess, extra spices in there. One for stars, but also for some depth. I mean, they've only got, I think, 78. Something like that, scholarship players on campus right now, and they need more. And if you're going to fill those spots, you might as well go for the big dogs. And of course, now the big question is there tampering going on? And I guess when we get really deep in this, we're in such muddy waters anyway with NIL. What really is tampering if someone who's not directly tied to USC or for any school for that matter talks to this kid and says, hey, it's a free market out there. If you want to test the waters, just let you know that we'll be interested in giving you a big deal if you were to get in the transfer portal. The idea that nothing like this isn't going on or hasn't been going on since August and September when this stuff became legal is kind of ludicrous, but we all need a villain, I guess, to cheer against or cheer for that matter. Some of us like the heels, but it is what it is. This is what college football is today. And until it's almost like everybody woke up. Some people woke up and go, "Oh, this is possible. People could tamper. Kids get paid money." Yeah. I mean, that's exactly the door that was opened, and don't expect everybody to just start up and start setting their own moral code around this of some type of gentleman's agreement. There are not unwritten rules. This isn't baseball. This isn't not to pick on baseball, but baseball sucks. This is college football. It is in your face. We're going to do whatever it takes to win. And if it's legal, then it's legal. And we will muddy any line we have to be able to win us a championship. And that goes not just for USC, for any program. It goes for Alabama. It goes for Auburn. It goes for Tennessee. It goes for Toledo, guys. I mean, they're gonna do what they can.
Specifically, the Biletnikoff Award winner from last year, Jordan Addison. If we're talking about him, according to PantherLair.com, which I'm sure you've got bookmarked, they are saying that Jordan Addison is in L.A. today. And they are also saying that Lincoln Riley was on the phone multiple times with Pat Narduzzi. I don't know how much you believe of this. I would assume if it is correct, Jordan Addison is going to be a Trojan.
We'll see. I haven't heard one way or another whether he's actually going to go to USC. I do know that there are other schools, or I should say their collectives or NIL people, whoever, that want to get him. I mean, you'd be silly not to want to get Jordan Addison, a guy freaking Biletnikoff winner and his best receiver out there. But there's been a lot of rumors out there. There's people saying he was in LA last Saturday, and then people backtracking on that and saying he was actually in Vegas taking part in some like NFL draft parties and stuff like that. I have no reason to not believe that, however, that Pat Narduzzi was on the phone with Lincoln Riley asking him about potential tampering and going on potentially with that, because Narduzzi came out previously about similar concerns he had about Notre Dame with another player of his on his roster. And for that matter, every coach is kind of in that, not state of paranoia, but they're concerned about it. These coaches are talking to each other about, like, what the heck is going on? Or are you hearing this? And for that matter, are you directly involved with my player? But the issue is, and I'm sure the coaches realize this, and they're just trying to do everything they can to control it because coaches feel like they can control everything. It's just that the NCAA is not going to step in and do anything about this right now. I mean, even if there was like a clear and present danger, a clear trail to something, or clear evidence that there is tampering going on, like, what exactly is the NCAA going to do with this, considering it has really no real guardrails of its own on all of this? And they're so toothless and impotent, as I've said before, especially when it comes to the ever-changing landscape of college sports right now with NIL. I don't think they would even want to touch it, even if there was something clearly going on that they could point to or rule on, because here in 6 months, things might change anyway. Simply put, if I'm an NIL guy or a coach or whatever, I'm not paying attention to any damn rules right now. Yeah, nothing's going to happen to me. I am going to go out there and I'm going to light the world on fire.
And the NCAA will Usain Bolt away from a lawsuit in a heartbeat. So they don't want to get tied up with any kind of lawsuit. And we all know how this is going to go anyway, right? You hate it depending on geography. Like, Paul, I can't believe they were tampering to get that receiver. He's in L.A. today. It's not Los Angeles. It's Lower Alabama. Damn right. Good. We get him with Alabama. That's fantastic. It all depends on your perspective where he ends up going. I want to ask you, because you're a basketball fan too, how much of what we're seeing with roster movement now in football has the basketball coaches been dealing with the last half decade or a decade? Because it seems like they've been having to deal with this, reinvent the entire roster almost every year for a while now.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And what makes that quote unquote easier is because, of course, the roster sizes are smaller, but it's much more impactful because you could potentially be replacing every single starter on your roster. I mean, goodness gracious, LSU practically lost everyone this past year. My home state, Arkansas, they replace the roster, it seems like, every year under Eric Musselman, and he still makes back-to-back Elite Eights. It's just that's the new world we're in right now. I mean, look at Ole Miss, for example, with football right now. Lane Kiffin's having to reload his big-time stars, and he's putting himself in a position potentially to have to do it once every year or every 2 years because he's getting guys to come in to replace those players, but then they're going to go to the NFL in a year or two themselves. So that's just what it is, and you're exactly right. If I was a college football coach and if I'm struggling with this or I need some guidance, I'd reach out to a colleague in the college basketball industry, like, how are you dealing with this? How do I attack this? How do I make inroads on some of these players? How is recruiting different for some of these players who know that they are not only marketable, but they're at the top of their game and not only are going to be starters for you, but have a lot of options that they should consider. And obviously these kids, they're much more mature business-wise now, but also with how much their value is worth to a team once they go there. And it's not just about playing time and minutes. It's about what do you offer me off the court, and much different from recruiting high school kids. And, it does make me wonder, like, you look at some of these schools, like the schools that have done very well in college basketball the last few years through the transfer portal, and you see the schools that are also doing with football doing it very well. Arkansas is doing it very well. And I've said this in the past, Michigan State and Arkansas, the previous 2 years have probably been the best consistently in the transfer portal in football. And then also they've done it very well in basketball at those schools too. So I'm sure there's a lot of communication going on between those coaching staffs about how do we go about doing this, what works. And if you're a college football coach, listen, I tweeted this earlier. If you're sitting there just bitching and moaning about this whole thing, you're going to get your ass kicked. And it reminds me, every year or two, these coaches are saying something's the end of the world. I mean, goodness gracious. I don't even know how long ago it was now. Remember when satellite camps were a big thing?
Yes, yeah. Jim Harbaugh, I mean, he was on the forefront down in Prattville. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, coaches were freaking out about that, there's so many recruiting advantages, and they could host these camps near their own campus and all that. And then everybody felt like they had to go do it. And then it became a matter of how many can we go do? How many kids can go out in front? And then it all evened out. The market corrected itself. Same thing's going to happen with the NIL. So if you're sitting there complaining about this as a coach, about NIL and everything, get out of the business. Get out of it, because it's not going away. And you do see some coaches doing that now. You're seeing coaches leave college football. They're either going to the NFL, they're going to high school, some of them, or some of them are just getting out of it, hoping things will change in the next few years and maybe they can come back. But you don't like this. It's not going away, guys. This just isn't. The toothpaste is out of the tube. You can't put it back. The NCAA, and for that matter, I could talk all day about this. But listen, blame the NCAA if you want for not having guardrails up, some stricter guidelines and everything, but the finger should be pointed right back at the universities themselves, the presidents and the chancellors. They're the ones who run the NCAA. They're the ones who put Mark Emmert in that seat to take the punches every single day for them. And they sat back, too many people talking, too many people not wanting to do anything, too many people afraid of lawsuits and antitrust issues. And they're in this big vat of worms, not a can of worms. They don't know how to get out. And too bad. It's your own making. You only have yourself to blame.
I lose track of time, but I think it was recently, within a month, you tweeted out a picture of how much weight you've lost over the last year. And it was pretty miraculous. I mean, what was the total pounds you've lost?
At that point, it was 139. I think I'm down to like 145 now. I shaved my beard off to see what my face looked like. after the weight, and I didn't like it, so I'm growing it back. It's a mess right now.
How'd you lose all your weight?
Just thoughts and prayers.
TMP, baby. Yeah, when you shave your beard, your face looks like I've just got the scruff basically.
Well,
I don't like it.
You notice the double chin.
I have a turkey neck.
Yeah, Rockstar's right. You never know you've got a double chin until you've grown a beard and then shaved it, and you're like, holy crap.
Sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Well, that's why I was like shaving. I was like, wow, I don't have a frog gullet like I had, and now it's just stretched out skin. It's bad anyway, but I'm growing this back out. I'm gonna go to a barber since I don't get to have a haircut. They give me a nice little trim with the beard and everything. But yeah, I had people going, you got the surgery, didn't you? The gastric sleeve or whatever. I was like, no, I just dieting, I do Nutrisystem, and I walk and jog 5 to 6 days a week. That's all, and drink lots of water. And that's about it. I mean, anybody could do this, man. I mean, you just got to have the commitment to it. And then more importantly, the thing that sucks about life is that none of us really have time. And you got to that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest challenge, is making time to do it. Like carving out like an hour to 2 hours every day to focus on your health and yourself. And that is difficult in any line of work or anybody's schedule. And that's probably the most difficult thing with that I faced during this was finding the time every single day to say, I have to do this for an hour or two, no matter what.
And discipline, because you, when you do what you do, or most people do now, you sit in front of a computer and you write all day long. It's easy to eat bad, snack bad, drink bad, and it takes a lot. So I sent you a message telling you how inspirational you were to a couple of people I know. So thank you for sharing your journey with us, and we always appreciate you joining us here on the show.
Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. And what was I going to say? Yeah, I mean, listen, NIL, it is what it is. Let the kids make their money. I don't care. The market will correct itself. I know people say that a lot, and then it just goes over everybody's head. Listen, not everybody's going to be getting $2 million deals and all this stuff. And I guarantee you, these deals we see now that we're hearing about, rumors, those are going to go down year by year because they're going to say, did we really need to spend that much money on that guy to get him here? No. And it'll go down, and the big teams will continue to win. There's not going to be like an out of nowhere story of an Arkansas or a Missouri coming out of nowhere to win an SEC championship because they were able to get all these big deals. It's just not going to work that way.
Don't say that to Texas. Don't say that to Texas.
Well,
they're going to come.
We've been talking about this with Texas at 24/7 Sports. This is the perfect time for Texas to get back on top, and because they were apparently the boosters and everybody there, they have a lot of money. So why aren't they going out and getting all these big time players? And then of course you saw our report last night at 24/7 Sports. We broke. Chris Hummer's done a fantastic job. I call him the Transportal King, portal professor. Xavier Worthy being offered all this money to enter the portal, which is tampering technically. But our big question is, like, inside 24/7 Sports is why is Texas concerned with that? Why aren't they just saying, oh, you're taken care of? I mean, really. Texas lost a recruit to Nebraska because Nebraska was offering more money. A school like Texas should be killing it right now in the transfer portal and not have to worry about any of this because they have the money. This is the perfect market and opportunity for a school like Texas with all that money to be able to get these type of players, and yet they're struggling with it a little bit. It almost seems like they weren't quite prepared for this as much as, say, a Texas A&M was. They saw that these schools, these collectives, these boosters who saw this coming and were prepared for it, they're the ones who are doing well with this. Nebraska, obviously, because the NIL group, not the one that raises money, but Open Doors is located right there in their back door. So there's been some education with how NIL was going to work for them over the last few years. So they're prepared for it. That's why they were able to get a recruit over Texas. Texas, meanwhile, just seems like they weren't as well prepared as they should have been. And if they had been, I think, as much as we're hearing about USC and Florida right now, and Texas A&M for that matter, the Longhorns, I think, would be number one in the country with a transfer portal class because of everything they've got going on there, and yet they're not, because I don't think they were. Not just me, but a lot of us at 24/7 Sports just don't believe they were as well prepared as they should have been for all this.
All right, go follow Brendan on Twitter at @bmarcello. Read him at 24/7 Sports. See his podcast and his video interview with Lincoln Riley, the USC head coach, right there at 24/7 Sports. Is very good. Thank you, Brendan, for the time. Always great talking with you.
All right, see you guys.
All right, Brandon Marcello with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And as always, this hour of the show brought to you by Sterling and his crew at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. If you're looking for a great place to go to lunch, it's officially lunchtime right now. You can go to Champy's Chicken, experience some great Southern staples like chicken on a stick, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You get all the great po' boys and tenders and those full fried chicken plates that'll leave you planning your next trip to Champy's. See everything online at champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com. Stop by on your way home or heading to the beach or out for a game. It's right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird is Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com. When we come back, LT has our 4 downs for today. We're 116 days away.
Trash. That's trash.
What did I say?
4 downs.
Yeah. We've already done that. Yeah. When we come back, I don't know if you know this. I played poker a lot longer than I normally do last night.
Almost won.
Dominated.
You got second place.
That also meant it lasted until past midnight. So my sleep is about this much. Me and Cord on the same sleep
I
pattern.
love that table.
I got you beat, man. I should take Cord with me next time. At least somebody would talk to me. When we come back, LT's got trash. That is next.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
As Alabama's leading jeweler since 1836, you can trust Bromberg's when they say there is no better Mother's Day or graduation gift than diamonds. This week only, May 2nd through 7th, shop Bromberg's incredible savings on the best and most beautiful diamonds in town. Dream big with Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale. Diamond rings, earrings, necklaces, mountings, and other diamond jewelry on sale at prices from 5 to 50% off at Bromberg's Big Diamond Sale, May 2nd through 7th in Mountain Brook and the Summit.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Back with you on the next round. So if you told me one show I need to start watching that you're watching right now, would it be the Cowboy Alien one?
No. We Own This City is going to be better.
We Own This City?
Now, what is We Own This City about? Have we mentioned it on the show?
Did you ever watch The Wire?
Oh, yeah. That's the one you brought up earlier. I gave up on The Wire.
The theme song is kind of cheesy. It's We Own This City.
Yeah, I would go with We Own This City right now, based on what I've seen. Only one episode in, though.
I didn't watch The Wire. Should I go back and watch The Wire?
The Wire was great. Yeah, go back and watch The Wire.
You know, I watched The Wire.
Should I finish Breaking Bad?
I'm trying to remember why I stopped The Wire.
Wire was a top 10 show of all time. Some people would have it in their top 3.
You know why I didn't watch The Wire? I started to watch one episode. It scared me.
It's very dark.
It was very
You're
raw.
more of an Oz guy.
No, Oz scared me. It was Oz. You're right. It was Oz.
I know Oz
the wizard doing here?
would scare Brown.
Yeah, it was Oz.
Did you say, what's the wizard doing here?
I don't go behind that door anymore.
Wait a second.
Wait, how does Ozark not scare you?
It's as dark as anything.
I don't know.
The Wire, I mean, you're not going to be buying crack in the hood anytime soon, are you?
You don't know what I do. I got to fill my day somehow. At some point, my social calendar is going to slow down.
Yeah, you and Omar running in the same circles.
All right, before we get to trash here in a second, part of our show today being brought to you by our man C. Stu in Gutter Cap. Listen, we tell you all the time, you stay off of that ladder. The best investment you can make in your house is Gutter Cap, so you don't have to clean those gutters out ever again.
I saw C-Stu this past weekend, by the way, fellas.
Did you?
Yeah.
Was he walking in Memphis?
He's always walking in Memphis. Patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out that debris. You need to keep the gutters clean and free-flowing. You can eliminate gutter cleaning forever with Gutter Cap. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, and right now, 45% off the retail price for my good friend Chris Stewart. Call him, 205-823-2212. Stay off that dangerous ladder. You don't want to get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it. Don't snap it. 823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Lyndon Blake is one of the new sports reporters at Fox 6 here in town, and she was at the Saban Legacy Awards last night at the club. She sent this out and gave us permission to use it. This is Nick Saban at the award ceremony named after his legacy, honoring Steve Spurrier and Eddie Robinson, and he's telling a story about everything is not about winning. Everything's not about winning, and he shared this story that some of you may have heard before. I've heard this before, but it makes you laugh every time.
Then you get in your car and you go home, and I don't have any gas in the car. So now I'm going to have to stop at the self-serve. All right, so I put the gas in the car, I go in, and when I was at LSU, we won the national championship, so I had my LSU national championship ring on, and I pay the guy, and he said, wow, man, what is that ring you got on there? And I said, well, it's a national championship ring from LSU, and we're going to do the same thing here at Alabama. And the guy said, we'll never do it as long as that Nick Saban is the coach.
I don't know if I believe this story.
Yeah, that one seems like it's been maybe a little.
First of all, his ass ain't getting gas after losing Louisiana Monroe.
Number one. That was it. Now, it was right after the Louisiana Monroe loss on his way home, and he was driving home.
I don't think he's wearing his LSU ring after that loss.
And you pay at the pump now.
You pay at the pump.
When was the last time you've gone in to pay for gas? I mean, I know.
A lot when they say like see attendant. Oh, hell.
Oh, yeah. No, I drive to the. I drive to another pump when he says that.
Gas station.
Guys, this was way back in 2007. The world has changed.
We've
since
had
then.
pay at the pump since the 90s, I think.
No,
not in Nick Saban's world.
Hey, and you're going to tell me
apparently Nick didn't even have a driver back then.
Working in Tuscaloosa doesn't know what Nick Saban looks like. It's a great story.
No, it's a good story. I think, and it gets a good laugh. Obviously, I just think it's been maybe a little bit
embellished.
Yeah, like Dunaway likes to do with his stories.
I call it enhancing the story, not embellishing. Let's do trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I got a new situation, by the way.
Oh, it's not the leaf blower anymore?
Man, I haven't, knock on wood, I haven't heard from him in a while.
Hey, you know what I noticed, though? My wife and I turn on a fan, like one of those, the fans that make noise to sleep. I have to sleep with noise.
Like a box fan?
Yeah. But you know what's good noise? Sleeping, like when I was taking my nap out on my screen in yesterday.
Don't say leaf blower.
Yeah, off in the distance.
Oh,
it just gives you that little ambient noise. Yeah, I slept like a baby.
The inconsistency of it where it stops and starts.
Oh, it never stopped. I mean, they must have been
if you lived
blowing.
in a city, you'd like a jackhammer, right?
I just like a little noise. I don't like it quiet.
So
I like taking a nap hearing Maggie cooking in the kitchen.
When does that happen?
Every Thanksgiving.
So here's what I've got now. So dude behind me,
not as long as Nick Saban's there,
that loves to blow leaves.
Who the hell is Leaves?
I don't even know Leaves.
All right. So guy behind you loves to blow leaves.
Yeah. So the house next to him, I guess they got a dog, but they leave it out back and it barks nonstop. So I can't explain. It was literally over 2 hours that it barked nonstop last night. Like, Lady Bar to bark, but I'll go out and get her.
Well, see, I'm that way too. Maggie gets mad, but little Angus will go out, and he just wants to go out and bark.
Yeah.
And as soon as he goes out there, I give him 2 barks. He barks, and I go, Angus, you cannot sit out here and bark. Do you want to be outside? You can stay outside, but don't bark. And he'll bark one more time.
I don't think he understands you.
And I'm like, get your ass back in.
No, I feel a little hypocritical because she will bark, but I'll get her back in as soon as I can. These people left this dog out forever, so I finally went out on the screen then, and I just yelled enough as loud as I could. And
sorry, my bad.
I don't know if they were home or not, but the dog was quiet about 20 minutes later.
Really?
Yeah. I can't have this a consistent problem.
Enough. I'll tell you that we knew somebody in school when I was younger. They had a dog that barked nonstop, and they got so many complaints for it. So they said to put it down or something because it barked all night. And so the solution was to take out its vocal cords.
No. I know somebody did that.
I know
We went to her house. It was just doing this.
Well, you shouldn't have a dog.
No, I knew somebody that took out.
One of my good friends did that.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have a dog.
Stop.
That's what it does. No. I knew it was a basset hound, the one I knew.
Sad.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or a shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big, go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We've got offbeat holidays in May.
I always like these.
I'm sure you guys know what tomorrow is.
Tomorrow is May the 4th be with you.
Yeah, you suckered him into that one, man. You lured him in.
May 4th is Star Wars Day.
Guess what Thursday is?
That's Cinco.
That's right.
And then the day after is May 6th, no diet day.
Oh, all right.
Yes, everybody can turn it up.
Somebody tell Brandon Marcello it's a day.
Rockstar, you have to make this next one up, right? May 8th?
No, we
Do you celebrate it?
Participate every year. Every year.
May 8th, fellas, is National Outdoor Intercourse Day.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. It is.
Is that Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
Saturday.
What day is that? May 8th?
May 8th.
Just adding
Ocho de Mayo.
Adding to my social calendar.
Yep.
None of you going to Peabody Falls this weekend.
I was about to say, I know you're not going to do it at home.
Like the away game.
It's not going to be your backyard.
I promise you, the biggest struggle is either going to get Maggie or Leaf to
we take a turn. May 14th is National Buttermilk Biscuit Day.
Oh, gosh. That's good, too.
That's a good one.
Well, I haven't found a day I don't like yet.
May 16th, National Barbecue Day.
There you go. We're still good.
I don't think you're going to celebrate May 21st. Maybe Rockstar can. Talk Like Yoda Day.
Overrated this holiday is.
And finally, May 25th is National Wine Day.
Forrester says, Dunaway, don't forget the veil.
She got so mad about that.
I wonder why. That's shocking to me.
She didn't get mad about the birthing of your kids.
Don't let her beat you down, though, Dunaway. Still say those kind of things.
I don't think she heard that one.
That was the best. That was the one Brown didn't even hear.
Oh, I didn't?
No.
Was I here?
Who knows?
You were next to us at Baumhouse.
I think you were buying Garth tickets.
Rockstar was talking about the birth of Cord, and Dunaway said it was a humble brag because...
Can't remember.
Remember his shoulder couldn't come out?
Oh, yeah. They said they were worried it was too big of his shoulders. And then Dunaway said...
Humble brag. He said, we didn't have that problem with our kids. That came right out. Hot dog down a chute.
Reminds me, I got to go to DeSoto sometime soon.
I mean, I am convinced she never consumes this show. There's no way she does.
This one out of Daly City, California. A police department reported a woman has stole $3,800 worth of panties from a Victoria's Secret. That's a lot of panties.
It is a lot of. Well, that's like, Victoria's Secret's probably like 8 pair.
Do they still have stores, Victoria's Secret, or is it all online now?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Police said Thursday the suspect in the crime was still unknown. The store manager described her between 30 and 40, standing 5'4" with a medium build, wearing long sleeves and tight black pants. There have been several other burglaries at the Bay Area clothing stores recently, including 2 in Palo Alto, one at the Lululemon where $5,800 worth of gear was stolen.
How'd they get out with those 2 pair of pants?
Hey, those are expensive right there. I do like their men's pants. I gotta be honest with you.
Okay, a new survey in the UK sheds light on how filthy most men are.
Okay.
Out of the 2,250 adults surveyed, 40% of the single men said that they sleep in filthy bed sheets for up to 4 months at a time.
How do you do that? No, how do
They're
you
all
do that?
crunchy.
I had this conversation with Jack the other day. I was like, because he just got done changing his sheets. I said, how often do you do it a week? And he said, twice a week. And I said, I'm a twice a week guy too.
I'm 1 to 2.
You want to talk about one of the greatest feelings in the world is fresh out of the shower into clean sheets.
Oh, after a road trip.
Oh. But just when you're perfect, when you're
so
clean, fresh out of the shower, and you dry off, and then you just get right in bed in those clean sheets.
Now, just to let you know, though, the recommended duration between clean sets of sheets from health experts is 1 week. Now, 12% of those men said they watch them when they, quote, remember, which the BBC aptly notes could even be longer than the 4 months. As for everyone else, 62% of single women said they wash their sheets every 2 weeks, and the majority of couples say 3 weeks.
I don't know how you do that.
Of course, this is not the first time we've been confronted with the fact that single men are disgusting. According to this article, we are resigned to live in their own stench and filth. Survey from 2018 said that single American men waited 45 days before washing their sheets. And it said that most only wash their sheets 4 times a year and rarely, if ever, change their pillowcase.
Well, and we've got, it is because my wife's got that weighted blanket, and then there's the comforter and 4 pillowcases. It is a pain in the butt to change the sheets, but We do it frequently.
Well, I'm assuming most single guys also have maybe 1 to 2 pair of sheets.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I rolled when I was single. I had 2 pair.
Yeah. The ones that are comfortable and the ones that don't fit.
Yeah. My good sheets and the one that I had on the bed while I was washing my good sheets.
My lucky sheets. This is going to be the night.
We talk about, how do these people go broke? These rich people?
Yeah.
It's because, if I was rich, I would have probably 7 different pairs
You'd
of
do
sheets.
super high thread count.
I'd have a housekeeper that would put on new sheets every day.
What's the highest thread count you've ever slept on, you think?
Oh, I don't even know.
Is it better to have higher or lower?
Yeah, the higher
thread
count, the
count?
better.
Well, the higher the softer they are.
Yeah. Here are 10 foods that cause arguments every single time they're mentioned. The first one, hot dogs and their toppings. People get upset if you put ketchup on a hot dog.
Why?
I don't know.
It's my hot dog.
I mean, I don't put ketchup on it, but I think a lot of people do.
I mean, I'm okay with just mustard. I do that occasionally, but I also will get...
I would rather have ketchup and mayonnaise on mine than mustard.
Yeah, sometimes I'll go just straight mustard, but sometimes I'll go to local hot dog place. Our friends at Hamburger Heaven do this fantastic. I'll go there and just get everything that... I forget what they call it, but I get everything. Slaw, relish, sauerkraut, chili. They throw it all on there.
Another thing that causes an argument, old fashions, the bourbon versus the brandy. Oh. I go bourbon. I've never had one with brandy.
I didn't know
brandy was part of an old fashioned. I thought it was just a bourbon.
Buffalo wings and the best place to get them.
Everybody's got an opinion. We've got our favorites.
I mean, do they mean like city or restaurant?
I guess restaurant. Yeah. Pizza, pretty much everything about pizza.
Well, a lot of people think if you're out of the Northeast that it's not real pizza, much in the same way I think we probably feel about barbecue here. People up in the Northeast feel about pizza there.
Barbecue, which region is superior?
Yeah, well, it's clearly the South.
Hey, you go to Creekside, you can get it all.
Yeah.
Cheesesteaks that aren't from Philadelphia.
Overrated, in my opinion. Do not like
I don't like cheesesteak either.
Yeah,
I just don't like the texture of that meat.
Nope.
Not a big fan.
I don't like the peppers and onions.
I didn't know this was a debate. Chili, beans versus no beans. I just thought it was always beans.
What is chili without beans?
I like no bean chili.
I
wouldn't argue
sloppy
with you.
Joe.
Yeah, no bean chili is a hot dog topping. It's not not an entree.
I mean, that's basically meat and tomato.
Hoagies and the best way to build them.
I like them on a ladder.
And the final food that causes arguments every time they're mentioned, ranch dressing, gross or nectar of the gods. I'm in between.
I mean, yeah, I can live with or
I
without
have people
it.
that would dip their pizza in ranch dressing.
I've dipped my crust in it.
I will tell you, no condiment shows my redneckness more than ranch. I like the cheap, watered down Hidden Valley that you make yourself. I love that.
Like out of the tear pack?
Yeah, the tear pack.
That's a lot of trouble. Why
And
don't you
it is
just
a
buy
lot
it
of
in the
trouble.
bottle?
Well, I mean, I never get it much anymore because I buy it in the bottle, but I like it because that's what we had growing up, and it was just, it's sort of runny. It was just really good.
I had a salad with Thousand Island on it Saturday.
Did you really?
Yeah, I like Thousand Island. I hadn't had that in a long time.
When we were in Indianapolis, I had a salad with Russian dressing on it.
Did you, Jim?
Yep. You don't see Russian dressing
really
anymore.
don't.
Yeah.
Rocky, I'll save the pizza delivery driver that is suing 16 of his friends for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, let's do that tomorrow.
Ironically, you know what the waitress who served me the Russian dressing salad had on? Ukrainian colors, Ram colors.
Oh, did you Ram colors?
That's what to say. Open toed shoes.
Hey, that's before it went down.
Yeah. That's when LT would have pointed out, she got Ram colors
You're
on.
supporting the Rams.
Hey, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market, it is a game changer, and Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
And I'll go ahead and tell you my favorite place to get wings right there at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. We don't talk about the wings enough. Try those next time you're by Sterling's Place, whether it's a single person sitting there by yourself, or if you're bringing a whole busload of kids, or maybe your Sunday school class, or maybe you want to cater your tailgate or office meeting. Sterling and his crew will do it all. It's champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
USFL football fans, Saturday is college night. Let's go! Wear your school colors to Protective Stadium and get a free USFL koozie while supplies last. Let's go, Storm! Tickets are just $10 and kids are always free. It's an action-packed football doubleheader with Tampa Bay versus Houston at 3. Then New Orleans takes on Birmingham's own Stallions at 7. Let's go! Buy the hottest ticket in town today at theusfl.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Developing news, or at least an interesting note about some team movement from our friend Brittney Murphy in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. where LT will be tomorrow night.
Yeah, me and Rocky will be out there with Will Haver. Looking forward to that. A little Odie's team trivia. If you've never been before, mark it down. Come out and join us. Enjoy this great spring weather on that patio and get there a little early. Enjoy some food from Rodney Davis. Great burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including that Diablo sandwich that I love so much. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Stanley Cup playoffs will be on, NBA playoffs. Come see it. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, Brownie, this involves the teams leaving the AAC, going to the Big 12. What's Big Brett Mack telling us?
Brett McMurphy of the Action Sports Network is telling us that Cincinnati, Houston, and Central Florida are negotiating a settlement with the Big 12. They were to be on the hook for around $35 million apiece.
Wow, $35 million apiece.
Yes, sir. They are negotiating a $17 to $20 million settlement, which would allow them to exit the American and join the Big 12 July 1. Now, this is important for UAB, of our primary concern, but all the Conference USA schools, because them going to the Big 12 makes room in the AAC for the Conference USA teams. But they are all on a 14-month deadline to inform Conference USA our last day is this. The deadline for that was Sunday, May 1. They requested and received a 1-month extension from Conference USA. So basically, by the end of May, if this isn't taken care of, either UAB and the other schools have to get another 1-month extension, or they're not going to be able to join 12 months from there, or, 13 months from there.
So
July 1. July 1 is the target.
But you still got time for the 2023 football season if you get this thing done.
That's right. But, boy, if you're not in by July 1 of next year, that makes that really, really tight.
Yeah. So am I misreading this? I'm reading that this is for the 2022 season. This is for this season. That Cincinnati, Houston, and UCF are reportedly negotiating to
you're
join.
reading it wrong.
Yeah, it can't be with a 14-month.
According to Brett McMurphy, it's to join July 1, 2023.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So the July 1 date is the key date here.
And that On3 Sports tweet right there, does that say for the 2022 season?
It does say that, yes.
Okay.
They have either read it wrong or have typed that wrong.
Yeah.
I'll read the.
It does make you click on the story, though.
It does, yes. If that was their goal.
This season?
If that was their goal. So to read it directly from Brett, Cincinnati, Houston, UCF negotiating a settlement in the $17 million to $20 million range, which would allow the schools to exit the American Athletic Conference early and officially join the Big 12 July 1, 2023. Sources told Action Network.
All right. So one more college football season, and really it's starting to be the belief of a lot of people in college athletics that this will be the last season of the landscape we have, and all the payments, whatever the payments end up being, the new landscape will be in place in 2023. Even Oklahoma, Texas to the SEC.
Without this settlement, though, and I think you'll probably find a settlement, but without this settlement, they cannot leave until July 1, 2024. So this settlement is speeding all of this up by 1 year, and it is the first domino that must fall. So, and I think everybody assumes this also, relates to Texas and Oklahoma. So it'll be interesting to see if they can reach this settlement. That's probably the domino that has to fall for all of this to happen.
We'll continue to follow that story and give you more details on that. You can join us. Open phone lines in the final hour of the show, 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. That's on the table. So, too, is our Cowan Equipment poll question. Moving forward, if Texas and Oklahoma join the league of the SEC in 2023, who would you rather be? Would you rather be Oklahoma or Texas right now joining the SEC? That's a Cowan Equipment poll question.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
This Mother's Day, treat mom to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, and nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order mom her special gift online at birmingham.woodhousespas.com or just stop by the Summit location right off of Highway 280. The Woodhouse Day Spa. Experience the difference.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to, just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at twd2022.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And this hour of the show brought to you in part by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the more respected contractors in all the SEC footprint. Locally owned for over 20 years, he and his wife own the place, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They offer great warranties, the best in the industry. Insurance companies trust Greg. He'll take care of you. If you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after the recent storms this spring, call Greg Nelson today, 205 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost inspection. You can also look him up on Facebook. It's Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Free, no-cost inspection. Find out what condition your roof is in. We've talked a lot today about the NBA playoffs. It continues tonight. These two games tonight, crucial for the home teams, because the road teams won game one. Milwaukee at Boston, 6 o'clock on TNT. Golden State at Memphis, 8:30 on TNT. Both road teams up 1-0. If I say best chance to be the road team up 2-0 tonight, is it Milwaukee or is it Golden State?
It's Golden State. Golden State's playing great right now. With Steph Curry back 100%, the way Jordan Poole is playing right now. And you think about it, it came down to that final possession, and Morant had a decent look there to steal game one. But Draymond didn't play the final 28 minutes of that game. And Draymond's one of your defensive stoppers. So, and Jaren Jackson goes for 30-plus. Ja goes for 30-plus, and Memphis still loses that game. So, to me, it would be Golden State.
Big news in recruiting. 4-star wide receiver Jurion Dickey picks Oregon over a number of schools. That is Dan Lanning's biggest receiver commitment for the upcoming class. Braves beat the Mets last night. And developing story from Brett McMurphy on the buyout settlement that will get the new members leaving the AAC to the Big 12 in time for July 1 of 2023. You can get more of that retweeted from our social media platform at Next Round Live, one of the big trades in the NFL draft weekend was A.J. Brown going from the Titans and getting a long-term new contract with the Philadelphia Eagles. He had a chance when he showed up in Philly to talk about his relationship with former Alabama and Oklahoma quarterback Jalen Hurts.
It started, he was recruiting me to Alabama, and I chose Ole Miss. But we stayed in contact this entire time. We became really close friends, and I'm extremely excited to play with him. We always joked about it, but we never thought it would be reality. I see a guy who is talented, believes in himself, has a strong arm, he's on time. And this is just all coming from me. This is all the times that we worked out together. I think the sky's the limit for her. I'm going to go to bat for him every Sunday, because he's my friend, So it's a different, mentality you bring when you're playing for somebody that, that's important to you. It's not about yourself no more. It's about you playing for someone else. So, I'm going to go above and beyond for this team and for him.
If I asked you, A.J. Brown, as far as his situation with quarterback, is he in a better situation, worse situation, or the same situation when it comes to the skill set of his quarterback?
I think he is in a worse situation. Ryan Tannehill is a better pure passer than Jalen Hurts.
He's right about that. That is true. I don't know that he's in a worse team situation, though. Now, look, I know Tennessee just got the 1 seed this year, right? But Philadelphia was also in the playoffs. I think this Eagles team could be really good. I don't know about Jalen Hurts. Every time I think, it's obvious he can't be an NFL quarterback, he goes out and has an excellent game. Everyone's lasting memory from last year is his game against Tampa where he was awful, right? I mean, you can't get past that. I just think this Eagles team, Howie Roseman and this Eagles team look like they have built for the future.
No, I think Roseman is putting together a pretty good team. I just don't know. It starts with quarterback. I mean, how good can your quarterback be? It is interesting and ironic that we talk about that, and Nick Foles was the guy that once Carson Wentz goes down, he led them on this miraculous, journey through the postseason that you will never see again. Because Nick Foles is an average quarterback, much like Jalen Hurts is right now. Jalen Hurts still, he's got a ceiling. A.J. Brown is an established receiver. I think Devontae got better and better as the year went on. So I think you've got terrific receivers. Dallas Goedert's a really good tight end. Miles Sanders he's an okay running back, but the defense is getting better. Nakobe Dean was probably the steal of the draft. So I think Roseman is building something. It all just is dependent upon how good Jalen Hurts is.
Can I make a quick point, though? Because in that bite, he said he met Jalen Hurts when he tried to recruit him to Alabama, and he chose Ole Miss. In that recruiting class, that was the class of 2016, Alabama signed Irv Smith, but no other real receivers. They signed T.J. Simmons out of Clay Chalville, and he never played there. The next year, imagine now if you had A.J. Brown already on campus, and the next year they still signed Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, and Devontae Smith, and then the next year Jalen Waddle. I mean, all four of those guys play together already. Could you imagine adding A.J. Brown to that mix?
Not enough footballs to go around.
I don't know what you would have done.
Yeah.
I'm not buying, though, Philadelphia's ready to unseat the Cowboys.
Oh, I don't know that they are.
Yeah,
I think they've gotten better, though.
I mean, if you put Dak Prescott on that roster,
well, but
situation.
what they're set up well for, though, is if they have to change quarterback. If Jalen Hurts this year proves he's not the guy and they have to go draft a quarterback next year, you're set up very well for weapons with that quarterback.
Let's do our spotlight today. It's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's, and our buddy Barrett Salee has some SEC overreactions today at CBSSports.com. So that'll be our Baumhauer spotlights. I will give you Barrett's overreaction, what people are overreacting, and then you tell me whether it's an overreaction or not.
Bob Baumhauer, the first to deliver Alabama's wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things right there on the Strip in Tuscaloosa. In fact, actually had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob is still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. We were at the Vestavia location last week. Absolutely fantastic. I love going to the Lee Branch location on Highway 280. Stop in, take advantage of the Inflation Sucks menu. Fried Wickles for $6.99, a tailgate burger for $7.99, the barbecue yard bird for just $9.99. They go easy on your wallet with the Inflation Sucks menu today. Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, one overreaction coming out of spring football from Barrett Salee, CBSSports.com. You can read his entire story and his reaction to these headlines at nextroundlive.com in our morning rounds every day, nextroundlive.com. From Texas A&M, Connor Wegman will win the starting quarterback job, is the reaction coming out because of not only what he has shown throwing the football, but what he has been able to do running the football. Connor Wegman will win the starting quarterback job. Overreaction or truth?
Overreaction. I think this goes into the fall, and I'm surprised if it's not Max Johnson.
Yeah, or Haynes King.
Yeah,
unless
Max
Haynes
Johnson
King
will be
has
my
hit the
guy.
portal and I didn't know about it. When you start to get 3 guys that are competing, Jimbo did the smart play here and didn't name a starting quarterback, but I'm going to go overreaction as well. I would have thought if Max is transferring there, he's had pretty good dialogue.
We'll skip Vandy. Let's go to Tennessee, where the expectations are as high as Rocky Top. Hendon Hooker will lead the SEC in total offense. Factor in running and throwing the football. Hendon Hooker will lead the SEC in total offense. Is a Barrett Salee overreaction or truth? Brownie?
I want to say truth. Will Rogers worries me a little bit in that because he'll put up so many passing yards. I think I don't know, Lance. I think I'll go Will Rogers, so I'll say it's an overreaction, but boy, that's a tough one.
So you'd say even more than Bryce Young?
Yeah, just because of the passing yards. I got to go look and see who led in total offense this past year. I would imagine.
Don't forget about
Rogers.
Will Levis.
Yeah, everybody's first-round draft pick next year. But
yards from scrimmage.
I bet Hendon Hooker was top 5 last year.
I mean,
didn't start every game.
Am I the only one that still thinks there's a level to Bryce Young's game of running the football that he still really hasn't tapped into a ton?
I just don't know if you want to get into that.
As in, you don't want me to bring it up anymore, or
you please don't bring it up. No, I think people still look at Bryce and they're like, if he gets hit cleanly, he's probably not getting up.
Now, Bryce Young played 2 more games than Will Rogers, but Bryce Young did lead in total yards last year, but only by a slim margin.
Yeah, I would say Hendon Hooker. I mean, if I had to take one or the field, or I would take the field, but if I had to take just one guy, I would take Hendon Hooker.
In the same amount of games, 13. Now, Hooker did not start all 13. And did Rogers start all 13? He didn't, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
I think
Okay.
he did.
All right. Rogers outgained Hooker by 1,100 yards last year. Same amount of games. A significant margin there. So I'll still go Will Rogers.
Speaking of Will Rogers, overreaction, will top 50 touchdown passes this year. He threw 36 in his first full season under center. 50 touchdown passes.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I'd say that's an overreaction.
I'm going to go, that's
see, here's what you have to account for, Dunaway, and you're normally the one that brings this up. You've got to account for a game or two, and it has been against Alabama, no doubt, where he throws 0 or 1, right? I mean, to throw 50 a game or 50 a season in a 13-game season, you can't absorb many one-touchdown pass games.
Well, how many guys do you think threw 50 last year in college football?
College football?
Say 2.
I'm going to say 0. I'm going to say Bryce was 46 and C.J. Stroud was 48.
I'm going to say Bailey Zappi threw 50, Lance.
Bailey Zappi is very good.
Thank you.
He led the country with 62.
62?
Yeah, but there was nobody in the 50s. You had Kenny Pickett with 42, Stroud 44, and Bryce 47.
Yeah.
So I would say I would be shocked if he goes 50.
Yeah. In the non-group of 5s, you had nobody that got it 50.
Nope.
Yeah. South Carolina's Spencer Rattler, his overreaction at CBSSports.com will finish in the top 10 in Heisman voting. Away from that, what about at the 4,000-yard passing mark for the quarterback at South Carolina, Spencer Rattler? Overreaction or truth?
I mean, I could see 4,000.
Well, again, 2 guys last year did it in the SEC, only 2.
And that would have been Will Rogers and Bryce Young.
Yep.
And there was only 10 that did it in all of college football.
Yeah, I don't know that Spencer Rattler will hit 4,000.
Yeah.
I think he could have a good season, though. I mean, I think 3,200 to 3,500 is a really good season for him. I don't think he'll hit 4,000.
Ole Miss has brought in a couple of really good running backs in the transfer portal, and Jackson Dart. The overreaction coming out of spring, the Rebels will lead the nation in total offense.
I think that's an overreaction. They won't lead the conference in total offense.
I would agree with that. I mean, you're breaking in a new quarterback.
Yeah. And we don't even know that it's going to be Jackson Dart right now. I mean, if you believe
Braylon Sanders is gone, Jerry Neely's gone.
If you believe the talk out of camp, Dunaway, it could be Luke Altmaier. By the way, Ole Miss, again, Alabama plays 2 more games than these teams, so it's really hard to compare. But they had 6,400, 492 a game, which per game was better than Alabama's 7,300.
Yeah.
So they did lead the conference last year.
We've talked a lot about this one already, but one of Barrett's overreactions, like apparently a lot of mock drafts, is that quarterback Will Levis at Kentucky will vault himself into the first round of the draft next year. Overreaction or truth?
Overreaction.
I guess I get the wrong SEC network. Can you guys get me on the proper SEC network where Kentucky plays all their games so I can see this guy?
You know, if you were to tell me Brennan Armstrong out of Virginia was that guy, I might believe it.
Would you believe Hendon Hooker before Will Levis?
Yes. Well, again, we've done this exercise in the last month.
Has any of us had him in the top 5?
Nobody's had Will Levis in the top 5.
Well, I don't do a mock draft, but Will Levis
And guess what? This is not going to influence me. When we do it again, he's not going to be in my top 5.
I've seen it. Will Levis is going to be this year's Malik Willis. I mean, we already know it. He is. He's going to be the guy that everybody is going to, for some reason, fall in love with in this lead up to this draft. I don't get it. I don't see what people are seeing.
A couple of more overreactions from Barrett Salee, CBSSports.com, in our Baumhauer Spotlight today. Florida quarterback Anthony Richardson will be a Heisman Trophy finalist. A lot of people loving what Billy Napier is doing and what Anthony Richardson looked like in the spring.
Overreaction. I mean, for a quarterback to be a Heisman finalist, you're probably going to need minimum 10 wins.
Yep. I think that's the problem. They would have to be in the mix to win the SEC East, if not winning the SEC East. And what I saw from Richardson last year, saw a lot of speed.
Yeah.
I didn't see any consistency throwing the football.
I mean, he's got some. He himself has some personal weapons. I'm not saying weapons around him. I'm just saying he's got some good weapons himself, but I don't think he's Heisman finalist good.
Zach Calzada, T.J. Finley be damned. Barrett's overreaction or truth from Auburn is Robbie Ashford will be QB1 at some point.
Who knows? I'm sure Brian Harsin and all Auburn fans would love to know the answer to this right now. I would still say Zach Calzada.
But if I put it right now, we'll come back to this on a 4 down sooner or later. 2.5 starting quarterbacks over under for Auburn this season.
Boy, if it's over.
I would take under 2. I mean, I'd take under 2.5 for 2. I think there'll be 2 different ones.
Yeah, there's got to be 2.
Yeah. And finally, Alabama's overreaction or truth. Running back Jahmyr Gibbs will lead the nation in rushing. You know, there's this belief that Alabama, even with Bryce Young at quarterback, will go back to running dominance.
I guess the last Bama player to lead the nation in rushing, did Derrick Henry even do it the year he won the Heisman and carried the ball 7,000 times?
I would say it was Derrick Henry, if it was anybody.
I will say no to this one.
Yeah, I feel really good this is a no. And I'll tell you, the guy, I would say Braylon Allen right now, just watching how he came on as a true freshman, he looks like a fifth-year senior for Wisconsin. That would be my guy. But if you're looking at who led the nation last year, he was a true freshman at Central Michigan, Lou Nichols. So I would assume if I'm running the Chippewas offense, I'm going back to Lou a lot. He had 341 carries and led the nation by 200-plus yards.
Who is the top Power 5 guy?
Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
Could you see Zach Evans having that kind of year at Ole Miss?
I could see Zach have a really big year. Zach Evans is a really good running back.
And you know how Lane's offense really opens up the running game.
Mm-hmm.
That's some overreactions. How Barrett sees every one of those and his reactions right there at the morning rounds today. One of the top links for you every morning at nextroundlive.com. And while you're there, don't forget to hit the store icon and check out some of the new gear we have there for you at the Next Round store. Our show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Bud Light Next. You see the icon in our new graphic down at the bottom. It's popping off the screen, and the cap's open, ready for you to take a nice swig of what's next when it comes to wherever you buy beer, Bud Light Next. You'll see that beautiful light blue and white can at the golf course, the pool, the lake, the golf this year, and that's because we're talking about 0 carbs, 80 calories. 0 carbs and 80 calories. It is Bud Light Next, rolled out now in stores wherever you buy beer. It's that beautiful look right there from our friends at Bud Light Next, brewed for what's next. We're back in a moment, Rockstar. Stay with us.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWG2022.com.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Kevin, Jeff, and Tripp have an interesting question and discussion going over in the chat room about Jahmyr Gibbs. Something Brian Robinson, as they point out, was fantastic at last year. With all the wonders of his running ability, how is Gibbs at pass protection? Because how many times, Alabama's offensive line gave up a bazillion sacks last year. Bryce Young helped save them when he could, but Brian Robinson and Najee Harris before that were really, really good at pass pro, something you got to be able to do if you're going to excel at the next level too.
Well, I'll answer that question with a question. Was Nick Saban glowing in his comments about
he was
about him?
About Gibbs,
about Jahmyr Gibbs? So that would tell you that he does everything he's supposed to be doing the right way, right? Normally, Saban doesn't give glowing remarks about guys that have deficiencies in their game or they don't, cross every T and dot every I. So my assumption based on that, we saw him against Georgia. We saw him play for Georgia Tech. We saw him for Alabama in the spring game where it's a watered-down version of football. But by the way Saban talks about him, I'm assuming he does everything the right way that Saban wants done.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Gibbs is going to be great. I don't even know if he'll lead the conference in rushing, though.
Behind who?
Oh, your obvious would be like a guy like Chris Rodriguez.
Yeah, I was about to say Rodriguez came back, didn't he, for Kentucky? Yep. But with he and Levis, how did they not win the national championship?
Yeah.
My gosh.
They got a Virginia Tech's best receiver and a cast-off from Alabama, so they got a couple of guys.
Well, guys, what if he's that good? All right, let's just for 2 seconds say, what if
you two are going to be eating a lot of crow?
100%
no,
will be.
This would be a Joe Burrow situation.
It would be a Joe Burrow situation. But if Mark Stoops wins the East with Kentucky, if Mark Stoops has that helmet, that uniform playing in Atlanta.
Well, first off, I'd lose the stake.
Well, a lot of people,
unless Nate Oates can somehow reverse time and get Alabama basketball to the Final Four.
I'd forgotten that stake bet. That would be one of the greatest coaching jobs we've ever seen done at any school.
It really would. And, if you're a Florida fan, again, you're puking. I know it's Billy Napier's first year, but, if Kentucky can get there, why can't we get there? But it would be amazing. What do you think that ticket would be? For Georgia fans the last few years, these SEC championship game tickets have been crazy because Georgia's been there.
That Kentucky fan base can travel.
Yeah.
And they know the way to the Atlanta because of basketball. They probably
got a huge hoops game that day, too.
They play North Carolina every set. They do.
Yeah. We talked.
North Carolina might be your number one team in the nation.
Yeah, we've talked about that before, that inevitably when we're driving over to Mercedes-Benz for the SEC championship, Kentucky's playing a big basketball game. What if their football team's ever in this thing? They're going to have to rework their basketball schedule.
But, correct me if I'm wrong, if Will Levis is a top 5 draft pick, as apparently an increasing amount of people are suggesting he might be, they can tend to win the East if he plays to that level. Am I wrong about that? Because their defense is going to be pretty solid.
If you've got a first-round quality quarterback, you're contending for something.
I think they would have to be with what Stoops normally puts out there defensively, his commitment to the run game, and we just mentioned Chris Rodriguez. I mean, if these people are right about Levis, then Kentucky's a contender in the East. I don't see it, but
you can tell on this set our hair is growing. Brown is a little shaggy, needs a haircut.
I need one badly.
Yeah, I need one badly too. I mean, it's hard to tell, but when you're bald, I mean, it can get a little puffy on the sides, a little Bozo the Clownish on the sides.
Yeah.
But nobody's hair is growing like the man over here in the plaid today.
Oh, we hope, man.
Buttons optional hair is spot on.
With age, for most, comes hair loss. I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had a virtual meeting to go over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I actually can sit on the couch, do it for 30 minutes, good to go 3 times a week. I'm excited to see the results in the next few months. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the Next Round sent you.
In our Cowan Equipment poll question today, if Oklahoma and Texas football are coming to the SEC in 2023 for the 2023 season, who would you rather be, Oklahoma or Texas? First 100 votes, 68% of you say Oklahoma.
I just think they're set up. I agree with that. That's what I said. I just think,
tell me why, because I go the other way.
Well, first of all, you just watched the NFL draft, correct?
Yep.
How many Texas players were drafted?
Zero.
So what does that tell you about what recruiting has been at Texas?
It's been
pre-Sark.
Broken.
So Sark has got to overcome that and then stay with the rest of the SEC in recruiting. Oklahoma is on a tear. Now, look, that actual rivalry head-to-head has not been dominated by Oklahoma, but big picture has definitely been dominated by Oklahoma. They are ahead of Texas right now.
Oh, they are. But we're planning the new look SEC. Brent Venables is the coach. Right now, Steve Sarkisian in the SEC. Who's got the resources to make it happen moving forward? Who do you want to be moving forward?
And you heard Marcello talk about, with this collective, what Texas should be able to outspend everyone.
And they're behind.
And they're not doing it right now.
Yeah.
But you would think once they get to the SEC.
Well, you better. But A&M's ahead of them right now.
I trust that if I've got the money and I'm misspending it now, or I got the resources and I'm misusing them now, I'd rather have those weapons and be able to get it going right when I come to the SEC, as opposed to not having maximum weaponry like Oklahoma. Oklahoma's good. They've been good in every format of football, right? They were good in the 50s. They were good in the 70s. They've been good in the 2000s. So that program has stood the test of time. So maybe I am the wrong answer. Maybe I have the wrong answer in Texas.
I think Oklahoma has got to go. Texas was number 5 in recruiting. Brent Venables in Oklahoma, number 8 this past season. So Texas is starting to rebuild that under Sark. But, again, NFL drafted 0 Texas players, so they were starting from a deficit. And I'm looking back, Sark's first season was 15th in recruiting. Oklahoma was 10th. So they've been in front of them a little bit. Oklahoma has had it going for the better part of 20 years now, and Texas can't get out of their own way. So I'm just going to buy that Oklahoma's going to – I don't know. You asked this, and I don't even know if I can trust Brent Venables as a head coach or not.
Yeah,
I don't know where I am on that.
That was one of the reasons why I sort of went the other way.
But I know how I feel about Sark, and I feel differently about him than you do. You think he's going to win a national championship. I think he's going to be just another fired coach at Texas.
Yeah, I agree with Brown.
Ush writes in and says, I don't know, but I'm starting to get the feeling Will Levis will have a Next Round Live NIL deal before this show's over with.
No, he says
no telling what he would charge.
He says,
now.
I'm starting to think he doesn't get one with us. Yeah, that's true. I don't think we're going to have one with him.
Oh, not have one with us.
Yeah.
Doesn't get a Next Round Live.
How could we afford him as a projected top 10 pick?
Dunaway, this guy's going to be drafted 5th. I don't know what it would cost.
You think that surprises him? They're saying that?
Yeah, he probably woke up and read that CBS Sports mock draft. He's like, you got to be kidding me. I'm 5th?
We'll get back into the changing landscape story that Brett McMurphy's reporting today about the American, how it impacts UAB, and what it could mean for the rest of these conferences, including Oklahoma and Texas, in just a second. And you're going to hear John Sterling making another call. Brown,
my gosh,
has this set up and ready to go before we go to break. But before we do this, Precision Sports gets you back into the game, LT. No matter what your game is, if you've been knocked out because of injury, they get you back ready to go.
Yeah, if you're a golfer, a tennis player, or anything in between, let the specialist at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics guide your journey back to health. Our physicians have been caring for athletes and their families in 9 Birmingham metro areas. Our team of experts will work with you on a personalized treatment plan to get you back to health. Your greatest comeback starts here. Book an appointment online today. Go to precisionsportsmedicine.com/comeback.
The one thing I don't know about what you're about to hear from John Sterling, who is the voice of the Yankees, is are they doing games in person?
It looks like he is, unless that's just an old
that's
shot.
just an old shot. Yeah, so he's doing that one in person for sure.
Looks like he's got a margarita there, too.
Well, that may explain some of this. So here we go. It's another John Sterling who has had a really good career, but it seems to be falling apart late, calling another Giancarlo Stanton home run, hit it, rockstar.
Pitch, 1-2, swung on, in the air to right. Back goes Stanton on the track, at the wall, leaping, and she is gone. It is a home run. They're all waiting. And why are they waiting?
Because Stanton caught the ball.
And coming off the field is Chapman. Stanton never threw the ball back in. No, Stanton just robbed Chapman of a home run. Wow. What a play by Stanton.
I wish I had seen it. Susan Waldman is your analyst there. And Rockstar played again. Just the disgust in her voice. Yeah. She is so done with John Sterling, isn't she?
In the air to right. Back goes Stanton on the track, at the wall, leaping, and she is gone. It is a home run. They're all waiting. And why are they waiting?
Because Stanton caught the ball.
So matter of fact.
She is so done with John Sterling.
We got to get Mr. Sterling some Michelson laser vision.
Man,
I got him at age 83.
That is correct, yeah.
Age 83.
I mean, he's had a tough start of the year, though. I mean, the Reds have been worse, but barely.
Look, I appreciate his work ethic, his longevity, his legacy. But, man, that's going to be tough if you're a Yankees fan listening to that.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted him back. The Yankee fans did, at least according to a New York Post story that I just read while you guys were listening to that again. And there was some debate on whether he'd be back this year. His games have been reduced, the number of games he's calling. It just makes you, I think, respect the job Vin Scully did till the end.
Oh, he was so good.
Crystal clear until the end.
Yep, never missed a beat.
Dead or alive, Ben? Still with us?
Oh, he's still with us, yeah.
I thought so, too. Just didn't know.
Chick Hearn's dead.
Who?
Chick Hearn.
He did?
Legendary voice
when
of
did
the
he die?
About
Lakers.
20 years ago.
Oh, I think it's been probably 12 to 15 years ago. But he's probably in the show. He's got to be, right?
Yeah.
Do they talk about Chick Hearn?
No, that's what I was about to say. In Winning Time on HBO, 8 or 9 episodes in now. And I love it. And not the only one up here watching it. Your brother's watching it. But you tapped out as a Laker fan. Too cheesy for you. I think it's got
just not too cheesy, just historically inaccurate. I just don't get it.
They enhance some things, but I don't think it's, historically totally wrong. But I was about to bring up one that may be. They make it seem like Chick is around the board table in the conversation on some big decisions, like deciding whether or not to let Westhead and Pat Riley keep coaching the team in 1980 or bringing back Jack after the injury. They've got Dr. Buss. They've got the head of basketball. They got Jerry West, a couple other old guys, and Chick's got a voice in the conversation.
I mean,
you got to bring Jack. He said you got to bring Jack back. It's Jack's offense. It's Jack's players. You got to bring Jack back.
He was beloved by the fans, so maybe they viewed him as the fan voice, right?
Yeah, look, and he was an eye in the sky, man.
Yeah.
He was there for every broadcast.
It does make him seem like a jerk, though, when Pat Riley's with him to start the season. He's like, when I do this, you talk. When I do this, you stop talking.
Chick said that to him?
Yeah, to Pat Riley. And this is before Pat Riley was he was just trying to get a job.
Before Pat Riley became a jerk. Yeah.
So, it'd be like, Jabbar with a game winner. The Lakers win it. Boy, what a great play. And as soon as Pat Riley would start talking, he'd go, and the great plays brought to you by.
We've been there. I think I told you guys the Chick story. So one of the first Lakers, it was the second Lakers game I ever went to at the Great Western Forum. Young Reed gave me tickets for my birthday, and it was when I was living out there, and they were playing the Bucks. And Chick got really personal on the broadcast, and he would give out personal messages. So I remember I wrote a note, hey, my brother Reed, who watches every night from Birmingham, Alabama, gave me these tickets. I'd love for you to say hello if possible. And on Media Row, I passed it. I said, can you give this to Chick? And they passed it down, and Chick got it and didn't unfold it. He just went like that to me, not thinking, who knows what happens. And Reed's watching the broadcast back as then doing quick math, 24 as a freshman in high school. And Chick Hearn did a shout-out to Reed Taylor.
Oh,
unbelievable.
Yeah, on the broadcast.
Did Reed cry?
I don't know if he cried. It was shocking, I think.
Yeah, he's crying now, though. What a
Tears
memory.
in his eyes.
Oh, I didn't know you remembered. That makes me like you.
Yeah, I will tell you this. We might have that. Do you think we still have that VHS tape?
He's on DirecTV.
Oh. And we might.
Well, Lance, call customer service. See if they can pull it up.
Yeah,
for
I
you.
bet they would, yeah.
You've got it on DirecTV?
He said it was NBA League Pass at the time.
Yeah.
Couldn't DVR.
Oh, yeah.
It's unfortunate, yeah. Because League Pass.
You know what we need to do? I'll do it. I got about 20 minutes right after the show. You'll be surprised what's on YouTube. Do you remember what year?
Oh, yeah. I can tell you the date of the game.
Okay. I mean, I've found almost every Alabama and Auburn game in their entirety are on YouTube. Surely Lakers games are.
We'll do it in a commercial break right here. When we come back, more on the changing landscape of college athletics. And can we find a hidden shout-out to Reed Taylor on a YouTube Laker game? How good is the internet when we come back?
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
LT's about to tell us about the lock in just a second, but I just love the internet.
Did you find the game already?
Found multiple clips of the game, highlights. There's 45 minutes of highlights. There's 45 minutes of a game broadcast. All of that from the 1996 game on March 15th. Unfortunately, I wish it was the Bulls and the Lakers from back then because all the entire game's there. I don't know if we're going to be able to find the shout out, but I'm going to go through.
I think it was in the third quarter. I think
that'll help. How did you remember the date?
Oh, no. I just remember it was in March of 96, and then I just pulled Bucks versus Lakers in 96, and it.
You just remember they were playing the Bucks.
They've got box score here.
Yeah. So I'll go and shuttle through it later on. Third quarter helps. We'll see if we can find that shout out. Lost in time. Lock of the day. No losses last night, or no losses over the weekend. How'd you do last night?
2-1 last night. So we'll take that again. The Suns had to eke one out, but again we'll take a 2-1 every single night. We've got 5 plays up for you tonight, but our lock, we are going back a little basketball. Eastern Conference playoffs. Boston back at home down 0-1. Giannis was great. His second triple-double in NBA postseason. But I think tonight, Marcus Smart's a little banged up, but I think he will play well. I think Boston's defense shows up tonight. Jason Tatum does it offensively for the Celtics. I'll take the Celtics -5. That is your Hemp Hill lock tonight.
Lock's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and his team over there, they fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they do it right, and they do it at a fair price. It's Hemp Hill Services. You can call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. All right, changing landscape of college football, right? News today, it looks like the 3 teams that are leaving the AAC and going to the Big 12, Cincinnati, Houston, and UCF, are going to be able to do that at a reduced price.
That's what they're trying to do. Yep.
By July 1, 2023.
That's right. And if they can do it over the next month, that will open the door for Conference USA's teams, including UAB, who have gotten a 1-month waiver from Conference USA. They're supposed to have a 14-month exit. They got a 1-month waiver, so if they can get this done by the end of May, they can then inform Conference USA, and then by July 1 of 2023, they can start in the AAC.
Then UAB will be in the AAC, which will help Bill Clark and will help Andy Kennedy. I know Bill Clark's excited about it. His golf tournament's coming up at Benton Brook on May 11th, so you get the opportunity there for them, maybe by May 11th, to know maybe where they're going to play football in 2023, which helps him in recruiting because you're building that recruiting class right now.
Well, and we played in that tournament last year. Remember that? He had a guy get drafted. I mean, I think if you're Bill Clark, I mean, you guys correct me if I'm wrong about this, but if I go to the AAC and I'm Bill Clark, how many programs in the AAC can sell the new facility? I'm not talking about stadium. I'm talking about the actual football facility. The new facility, the new stadium. We got a guy drafted, and now we're in a better conference. I mean, on your level of football,
there's nobody because Central Florida had that for a minute,
but they're going to the Big 12. Yeah.
Houston had that for a minute, they're gone.
Yep. I mean, you're on your level of football, on the teams in your neighborhood. How many other teams are selling that? I mean, he's got actually a lot to sell right now.
And another thing he can sell, and I think it would be a selling point. Hey, you saw where Fox and NBC, but Fox owns it. They could have put this football league anywhere in America. Mm-hmm. They loved our facilities so much at Protective Stadium that they put it here. We're playing every game here in Birmingham, every one of them, and get them to turn on a Birmingham Stallion game. You see the buzz. You see how that stadium looks. The stadium looks fantastic on television. Yep. That's going to be your home stadium.
And you know what else I'm selling if I'm Bill Clark? Hey, look, I'm going to do my best to get you to the NFL. But even if that doesn't work out, every decision maker in that league is staying in a hotel 2 blocks off our campus. That's the way I'd sell it. I don't know if it's 2 blocks, but that's the way I'd sell it, right?
Close enough.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's options for you. I mean, I think they got a ton to sell.
Wouldn't you say the alpha left in the AAC is Memphis?
Memphis.
Yep.
Yeah. So imagine, and we remember how good that Memphis UAB basketball rivalry was, where UAB fans would travel to the Pyramid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Memphis fans would travel to Bartow. I think you'll see that in football, too.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. UAB needs that.
Yeah, and I think Memphis will need UAB now, and especially in basketball, get that rivalry going again, especially where Andy has the basketball program going. So that is changing. That story from Brett McMurphy today, that's the UAB side. On the top end of that is out of the Big 12, Oklahoma and Texas. A little bit more complicated for them. The Big 12 says we are okay playing with add 4 teams. We're okay playing with 14. We're not letting Texas and Oklahoma out at a reduced price. They've got to pay full ticket to leave our conference.
And that has been the most complicated part about this. The AAC has to get those teams going to make room for the Conference USA teams. The Big 12's not in that same situation. They can take anybody they want. Well, they can't take anybody they want, but they can take those 4 teams because it only makes 14.
Yeah, they've only got 10 teams. So, the SEC is working with 14 teams. The Big Ten's working with 14 teams.
So they're fine. They're fine. And, if they want to make – but you got to think there's a dollar figure, right? You got to think there's a dollar figure.
But there is a value, though, Brown, if I'm losing Oklahoma and Texas eventually anyway, that if I'm able to bring in Houston, UCF, Cincinnati, and BYU, and if I get a chance to beat Texas and Oklahoma for 1 year in the conference, if I'm able to pull the upset, that looks like the SEC is getting a lesser product than what I brought in. So if I can somehow get a marquee win of BYU, Cincinnati, Houston, or UCF beating Texas or Oklahoma.
And by the way, that would happen.
Oh, I bet that schedule in 2023, brutal. All 4 of those new teams will play Texas and Oklahoma. Just try to get one of those.
Yeah. Not Oklahoma, but all 4 of those teams could have beaten Texas this past year.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. And the Big 12 officials, I didn't see a hold there. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, not get a call.
He was in bounds to me. I never saw him step out of bounds. I mean, you got to think the Big 12, just to stick it to the SEC and Oklahoma and Texas, would love for them to have to be lame ducks for a couple of years and go play those games you were just talking about, Lance. I mean, and by the way, I know they're leaving your conference, but that doesn't hurt Houston to have Texas.
That's right.
The Texas Longhorns come to my place and play. That's huge for me.
Yeah. In fact, those 4 teams will be on the schedule. Wouldn't surprise me if that is the road games.
Yeah. I'm going to make Oklahoma and Texas go to all these places to give them a good ticket day because that's going to be the last time they'll ever get them in their stadium in all likelihood.
All right. That's changing landscape. One guy at Clemson, Dabo Swinney, saw his land shift a little bit last year, 3 losses. Don't call it a rebuild, call it a reload. What Dabo's not worried about is our last thought coming up in the final segment of the show from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio. This is the next round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Live Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Developing news from our man Matt Fortuna, friend of the show at The Athletic. His sources are telling him that Jordan Addison, the nation's #1 receiver, according to the Biletnikoff Award, I thought it was Jamison Williams, but he said, they call it Jordan Addison of Pittsburgh,
Matt Fortuna reporting that his sources say Jordan Addison will be in the transfer portal. His name will show up at some point today, but that no decision has been made on where he's going to play the upcoming football season. Could return to Pitt, is considering a different location, but every option is open to him, but his name will be in the portal today officially.
Well, if I'm Lincoln Riley, I don't let him leave L.A.
Well, that's called kidnapping.
Well, it is.
Is that illegal?
But I am throwing everything possible that I can at Jordan Addison not to get him back to Pitt.
You say he could return to Pitt, which
legally
by rule he can, but the way Pat Narduzzi has reacted tells you it's not at all in the cards.
He's not getting a feeling he's coming back.
It doesn't appear, no. Not the way Pat Narduzzi's talked about this.
Beverly Hills Hilton. I'll put him up there.
Until he decides,
anything
lock
he
the door.
wants. Yep.
Well, there's a good chance that in number 3's locker, it's his old jersey, his practice stuff, and a manager will have to go get all that stuff out at some point, and they won't ship it to L.A. Final thought coming up from Dabo Swinney, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. In this changing time of buying a new home or refinancing, you need the experts.
Hey, we all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Right, they're ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help you move in with confidence with no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Quick answer. If you're worried about one position at Clemson, what are you worried about going into this year?
Offensive line.
Quarterback.
Dabo Swinney says he's not worried about the quarterback position.
Did Uyunglele make enough of strides in the spring so you can rest easy over the summer about that position?
Oh, yeah. I rest real easy on that position. I love the guys that we have there. We're going to have a lot of functional guys in that room that, I know will be ready if we need them. But I'm proud of those guys, proud of DJ. He definitely, again, we're missing a lot of pieces, but he had a good spring and did what he needed to do to give himself some momentum going into summer from a totality standpoint.
I counted 4 oh yeahs. Oh yeah at the beginning of that. He says he's not worried. Do you think he's worried?
I think he's a little concerned just based on how bad 2021 was, but I think he realizes how good DJ can be going back to 2020 and those multiple starts. DJ lost 30 pounds. They like where he is physically. He's showing a lot of commitment, and he's getting pushed now.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You probably got better depth.
Yeah, the Klubnik kid's coming in now, and people believe that he could start immediately. So by him getting pushed, not knowing it's 100% his job, I think that helps out.
But that had to be, and I hate to say this about a college player, but it had to be the most disappointing player in all of college football last year. With respect to what you expected out of him. I mean, when we saw him play in that game against Notre Dame, when Trevor Lawrence was sidelined with COVID, he looked the part.
I thought he was going to be Clemson's first ever Heisman Trophy winner.
For most people in August, counting down to football, DJ Uyunglele was the favorite to win the Heisman.
Yeah, and then what you got out of him, though it was 10 wins, what you got out of him was nowhere close to that. So, I really think he had to be the most disappointing player in college football last year.
All right.
With respect to what you expected.
So that is something to keep watching as we get closer and closer to football, 116 days away from the start of the college football season. Don't forget, we'll be in Atlanta coming up for SEC Media Days in just a few weeks on July 18th through the 21st in the ATL for that. Don't forget, the Rewind starts on all the audio platforms right when we're done here at the top of the hour. Always there for you on all of our video channels, including YouTube. Remember to like and subscribe. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time around the country here. Thank you to Clay Travis and Brandon Marcello earlier. That's podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.